September 17th. Meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Tuolumne County to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we've got a rather full agenda today, I believe. You never know. Can I see a show of hands of how many people would like to speak in oral communications? Okay, in that case, go ahead and open up the oral communications period. I will ask, if you do speak, to try and limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Anybody wish to speak on any item not on the printed agenda can come forward at this time. Okay.
Oh, go ahead. Go first.
Good morning. I'm Jane Braga, charter member of the Motherlode League of Women Voters. The League of Women Voters, which celebrates its 100th anniversary this year, is a nonpartisan organization. Our mission is to empower voters and defend democracy. Our Observer Corps members attend local government meetings and encourage active participation in government. We encourage civil discourse on issues. We never endorse political parties or candidates. Our brochures are on the back table. We invite everyone to read about us. Look for me or any Observer Corps member wearing the pin if you have any questions. Our goal, simply stated, is to empower citizens to shape better communities locally, regionally, and worldwide. And we welcome all who share this vision. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all your organization does.
All right. Chairman Rotifer, members of the board, and public. Anaya Kirk, District 3 Supervisor. I stay afloat on the issues regarding substance abuse. As you know, I'm very passionate about the youth of our community, keeping them safe. And so we passed a resolution on September 3rd about suicide prevention. And then recently I got a report from the U.S. Surgeon General. For those of you who don't know, the U.S. Surgeon General is the head of the U.S. Public Health Service and is commissioned by the Corps, and thus the leading spokesperson on matters of public health in the federal government in the United States. And for me, it's important just to touch base on a few things that came out of this report from the U.S. Surgeon General. As we know, vaping is an epidemic going on in this community and the nation abroad. And so one thing I just want to bring light, I gave you guys a report of the U.S. Surgeon General's report. But one thing that really struck me when we were getting the poll regarding taxes was how people feel in our community about issues. And the number one issue was the risk of wildfires. And then I thought potholes would be number two, the roads. But what's interesting is drugs and substance abuse, and it's on that sheet I gave you, was actually the number two issue that concerned the people who were polled. And so as a supervisor, I'm committed to people's concerns. And so I just wanted to touch real quick on this report. And let me just highlight a few pieces of it. The risks of physical dependence and addiction and other negative consequences increase with exposure to high concentrations of THC, and the younger the age of initiation. Higher doses of THC are more likely to produce anxiety, paranoia, and psychosis. And that was on the first page. If you go to page 3, we're seeing the correlation between teens who are 12 to 17 years of age, and it shows that there's a 130% increase for those who use marijuana who will go on to misuse opioids. And then the real interesting part for me when we talk about the resolution for suicide prevention is on page 3. It says regular use of marijuana in adolescents is linked to increased rates of school absence, dropout, as well as suicide attempts. So with vaping going on and with dapping, they're seeing a threefold increase of the amount of THC level that's going in when the kids are using this. So it's affecting brain chemistry. It's affecting it's affecting our youth. So as a supervisor, I'm committed to bringing this information forward to the public, working with Robert, our public health official, and just trying to keep the message going for parents, to be aware of what their kids are facing in this culture. It's, I'm 34 years old, and I remember my parents saying when they were a kid, they dealt with this and that, and it's happening so fast, and our kids have a lot that they're having to deal with. And then the last thing that I really love about this report is, it's based on science-based.
I got to treat you like I do everybody else.
I love it.
Okay,
So anyways, if
sorry.
you guys would like a copy of this report, my commitment is to pay attention to the poll. And
Why don't
move
we ask staff to come back with a presentation at a future date?
forward. Perfect.
Because it is an important topic.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it up. Okay, no other public comment? Well, first of all, we're going to go on to we'll close the oral communication period. We'll go on to the consent calendar. Supervisor Gray has asked that we pull item 8 for discussion. Are there any other items that anyone would like to pull?
3 and 11.
Okay. So if the clerk of the board would read the consent calendars 1 through 2, 4 through 7, 9 and 10,
I got it.
and 12.
Okay, so this is the minutes of the meeting held September 3rd, 2019, adopting a resolution accepting the CAL FIRE Volunteer Assistance Grant and recognizes an unanticipated revenue in the amount of $8,442. 3 is pulled. 4 is adopting a resolution authorizing the district attorney to apply for the California Office of Emergency Services Underserved Victim Advocacy Outreach Program request for application. Approving the notice of completion for contract number 1734, Emergency Culvert on QML Road project. Approving an agreement with the Amador-Tuolumne County Community Action Agency for Suicide Prevention Program Services. Approving an amendment agreement to the Chamberlain's Youth Services Residential Care Services. 8 was pulled. Adopting a resolution designating the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance as the official arts council and state local partner to be eligible to receive state grant funding. Approving the appointment of Lauren Peterson and Julianne Martin to the Tuolumne County Local Child Care Development Planning Council. 11 was pulled. 12 is accepting the resignation of Marcia Williams and Sarah Cawley from the First 5 Commission, Tuolumne County Commission, and directing the clerk to send letters of appreciation and post notices of vacancy.
Okay, is there any comment on any of those items from the public? Okay, seeing none, bring it back to the board, looking for a motion on items 1 and 2, 4 through 7, 9 and 10, and 12.
So move. Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained. Would the clerk of the board please read item number 3?
Number 3 is consideration of accepting the unanticipated revenue in the amount of $98,535 from the awarded California Climate Investment Development Department of Forestry and Fire Prevention Grant.
Staff report.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Board. This is a request for consideration of accepting unanticipated revenue for the California Climate Investment Grant in the amount of $98,535. The grant what we applied for was for a compact track loader. The state of California has allocated funds over the next several years for a fire prevention grant program. It's funded through cap and trade, auction proceeds appropriated by the California legislature to agencies administering the investments, which CAL FIRE is the grant administrator. For last fiscal year, approximately $155 million was allocated. Last December, the county fire, through the board's guidance, applied for this grant for the track loader. And we were notified a couple of months ago that the grant was awarded to the county for this track loader.
Okay. Do I have any board questions or?
No, I pulled it because I think it's important, anything having to do with fire. The most important thing to me was that it says it's going to help maintain our fire breaks moving forward, and it's a great piece of equipment. So it's just another thing to add to the plethora of good things coming to Tuolumne County to keep Tuolumne County fire safe. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Any other board comments? Okay, public comment.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Fast enough.
Yeah.
Actually, there are a couple items on here that were from different grant sources, and I just want to commend our county chief for going out and getting those grants. They're very important, and I saw one on the city agenda. They approved one yesterday also, I believe. So these funds are important. Thank you for all that effort.
Okay. Public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion on item number 3.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, 5-0. Would the clerk of the board please read item number 8?
This is a consideration of adopting a resolution approving the application of the Wildlife Conservation Board grant and appointing the county administrator or designee to execute and submit all documents necessary to complete the proposed project.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Liz Peterson. I'm with the County Administrator's Office. I would like to draw your attention to this grant application that we are pursuing as a result of the Master Stewardship Agreement that the county has with the Stanislaus National Forest. This grant is from the Wildlife Conservation Board, and the purpose of the grant is to protect or to develop projects for resiliency that protect, restore, and improve upper watersheds in the Sierra Nevada and Cascade Mountains. I know that your board is very aware of the rim fire and its impacts, but I just want to highlight a couple statistics that we put in the proposal. That more than 90,000 acres of the 257,000 acres that burned at high severity. And what that means is that trees don't grow back. And so unless trees are planted by hand or whatever means that may be, we won't see forests where there used to be forests. And so this grant of $4.7 million is a lot of money, but the hope is that we can plant up to 6,400 acres of trees in the rimfire burn area. This is a grant that the Tuolumne River Trust wrote, which is a part of their contract that they have with us as our project manager for the Master Stewardship Agreement. They wrote it on our behalf. The county submitted it. It actually was due on Friday, the 13th. We submitted it, but they were willing to accept a signed resolution late from your board. So I am asking your board to approve the attached resolution. Also in the staff or in the packet there in the agenda packet, there is a map that shows where the locations will be planted within the rimfire burn. So I'm asking your board to approve the resolution.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, asked this to be pulled for discussion only because I was in a conversation the other day with a group that pretty much were saying that Tuolumne County wasn't doing anything to help manage the forest, and I did tell them about the Master Stewardship Agreement, and I think we have about $2.8 million in projects going on.
About $5.5 million.
About 5.5. Okay, so I undersold us. But I think it's important for the public to know that we are really making an effort to help manage our forests for fire safety. So thank you. With that, I move to approve.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor Gray, actually, for pulling this, because it is important for the public to understand. It's also really important for the public to understand while we went after getting this Master Stewardship Agreement done. Its success is really highly dependent on our partners, and we have a lot of amazing partners that are helping us in this effort. And so, again, much like the other grants that we talk about, we get a lot done, actually, in Tuolumne County because of the partnerships and all of those that are vested in this success.
And I'll just echo Supervisor Brennan's comments. When we were doing tree mortality work, we got the second most at one point. I don't know if the final tallies that, but by far we were the second most amount of money of any county in the state. Fresno was the only county that was closer. Our execution rate was 50%, which if you think about it, these grant funds come in a series. So 50% of the total is about right in the middle. So you've got the ones you've completed and you've got the ones you still have. That's about as close as you can get to perfect. Fresno County, who got more money than us, was executed at the same point in time a quarter of what we did in total amount and about only 15% of their awarded funds. So we get stuff done in the county, and thank you very much. Any other comments before I go to the public comment? Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to give it to Supervisor Brennan. I got a second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, 5-0. Would the clerk of the board please read item number 11?
This is consideration of approving an appointment of Cynthia Hallman to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board.
Morning.
It is my honor to bring this item forward. The members of the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. They give advice on the County Behavioral Health Department and our services. It's from 5 to 15 members. We have had a little growth. It's been a really good meeting lately. The Board of Supervisors must approve behavioral health board member resignations, appointments, and reappointments. On September 4th, 2019, the Behavioral Health Advisory Board concurred to move Cynthia Hallman's application forward to your board for membership consideration. Her application is attached. It is recommended that the board approve this. Cynthia Hallman has great experience and education that contributes to this advisory board, and that is our recommendation.
Okay. Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, so I pulled it, and I was hoping Carol Dow would be here today because I know she's big on suicide prevention. And I'd just like to bring the light to the board. Cynthia Hallman, other than being in this community, she started I believe it was a nonprofit called Lantern of Light. And I'll just read it out here. It's to provide suicide prevention training to faith-based communities, thereby equipping faith communities to help bring people basically out of suicide and give them some love and healing. So just to acknowledge their work, but also to show the partnership with the community at large, the faith-based community is going to start stepping up and getting involved to start addressing this issue because we all know government can't. So,
okay.
Totally.
Public comment? Bring it back to the board for additional comment or a motion?
Yeah, there's 3 items in a row there that really, again, highlight the service of our community members. And so I would, again, acknowledge, as I did earlier, our success is heavily dependent on those that step up and volunteer. And then to those that retire, again, please, I hope they really understand how valuable their service was to our community.
Okay. Looking for a motion.
So I move that we approve Cynthia Hallman to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board.
Okay. Got a motion?
Second.
You got the last one. I'm going to give it to Supervisor Gray. You guys got to quit doing ties. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Would the clerk of the board please read item number 13?
This is consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming September 16th through 27th, 2019 as High School Voter Education Week in Tuolumne County.
Good morning. I'm Debbie Batista. I'm the County Registrar of Voters. What you have before you is a proclamation hoping to proclaim September 16th through 27th as High School Voter Education Week. This is a proclamation statewide that the Secretary of State would like all counties to approve. it has been proven, and we actually have evidence of that. If we get young people interested in the election process early, they stay involved and they get better educated and they become better voters. There are over 300 seniors this year who will be eligible to vote in the next couple of elections. So if we can get this, get them involved, we've had worked with the different high schools and had poll workers. We've had poll workers who have stayed and helped us even after they graduated and they got the credit in high school, and they've been very involved in the election process. You're looking at a poster child. My mother was very, very active when she was alive. And as a young person, I went to the polls with her. I helped her seal envelopes. This will tell you how old I am, to vote for John F. Kennedy for President of the United States. I remember that, and I think I was 8 or 9 years old. So getting involved early in the process, understanding how the process works, is very valuable for our future, because these voters are the ones who are going to make decisions when we're no longer here. So if you can proclaim September 16th through the 27th as Senior Voter Education Week, that would be wonderful. And then as a side note, there will be held on this Thursday at 9 o'clock at the Shepherd Street Firehouse classes on how to register people to vote.
Okay. Any public comment? Bring it back to the board. Go ahead.
So, Ms. Batista, when I was reading this item, I fully support it. I'm always a little bit amazed, though, at how a lot of our high school students don't have an education base to know what even offices they're voting for. And I wish there was an opportunity to just even, again, we have two, at the federal level, we have 2 senators. We have Congresses by population. At the state level, again, just an opportunity to give out something that actually provides a little bit of education about our governmental system.
Well, if one goes on our webpage and looks up your address, it will tell you what all of your officials are, from the president on down to us. So somebody, whether or not they're a voter, they can put the house that they live in. Hopefully there's a voter in that house, and they would see all of the officials that represent them from the federal level down to the local level, including the school boards, your board of supervisors, us 5 elected people. So that's one place that they could look. The other thing is, the last couple years, our office, through Robbie Bergstrom, has been going out to the high schools and engaging in the government classes, students, so that they understand the process, the different parties, the different types of elections. There's 3 different types of elections. We're trying to get inroads in there. It's when you don't have a lot of staff, you don't have a lot of resources, you try to do everything you can.
Just one more opportunity.
Absolutely.
Visit the website.
Yes.
I think personally that there is nothing hardly that we can, other than perhaps manners, that we can teach our youth than how our governmental system works, and what their very important role in that is, obviously when they get of age, but what an individual's role is in that. So with that, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move adoption of the resolution proclaiming September 16th through 27th as High School Voter Education Week in Tuolumne County.
Second.
Okay.
And can I just say one thing?
Sure.
I spoke at Somerville High last year to their government class. It was a great thing. So if I can help you speak at Sonora or anywhere else, I think I'm going to be on the slate again for Somerville this year.
Yeah.
It seems to be, it excites the kids. So.
And it does.
I'll have to shave so they think I'm a little younger, but.
Yeah, absolutely we would.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, and I think I remember Supervisor Campbell was the second.
Yep.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain, 5-0.
Thank
The
you.
clerk of the board, please, thank you. Go forth and do great things. Will the clerk of the board please read item number 14?
This is presentation of County Service Award to Lieutenant Deborah Moss from the Sheriff's Office.
Good morning, Board. Chairman Rutherford. Today I have the pleasure of introducing Deborah Moss. Deborah, come on up. I have the pleasure of honoring her on her 25th anniversary of serving at Tuolumne County and the Sheriff's Office. Come on. So the really neat thing that I've been able to go back and go over Deborah's bio, Deborah has done served in almost every single capacity within the Sheriff's Office. I think there's 2 areas I found that she hasn't served in. So in 1994, she was hired as a deputy sheriff in the jail. In 98, she was promoted to jail sergeant, where she worked shifts and then served as the administrative sergeant. Then, probably the biggest achievement of her career, she went to the Modesto Police Academy while having an 8-month-old child at home. So, congratulations. I don't know who got more work, Aaron or you. So, after that, in 2001, she became a deputy sheriff where she worked patrol and was a field training officer. In 2004, Deborah became an investigator. She investigated general crimes, homicides, crimes against children. She was a background investigator and helped cover coroner's office. In 2014, Deborah promoted to patrol sergeant, where she started working on graveyard and covering patrol shifts. Then she went to next door here and was the court security sergeant. Then in 2019, we got to promote her to lieutenant, and she's now supervising records and dispatch. Deborah is also on the dive team, correct?
I used to be.
Used to be, I'm sorry. And then I think the unique thing about Deborah is that when she goes into assignment, she goes in, she can make positive changes. She always does it with a smile on her face and just has a positive way of motivating people. I think everybody appreciates that. Deborah, congratulations on your 25 years of service to this county, to the Sheriff's Office. We're lucky to have you. And do you want to introduce Aaron?
Thank you, sure.
Okay.
I actually have a few words.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate the kind words. And thank you, Board of Supervisors and CAO Riggs. 25 years sounds like a long time, but I can still remember getting that phone call telling me that I was hired as a deputy sheriff, and I knew it was going to change my life, and it has. It's changed my life for the better. But to introduce my husband, I want to say thank you to my husband, Aaron. He's been my rock through this whole thing, through the graveyards and the long hours and the on-calls and the hard calls that I've had. He's just been my rock, and I want to say thank you. I love you. This is my husband, Aaron Moss. And it's been my honor to be a member of this organization for the last 25 years, and I hope I've done the organization and the job the justice it deserves. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
thank you. See what I did there? The justice it deserves.
Absolutely. So, as you know, we get to pick out which photo we would like for each year, our anniversary, and Deborah has picked out the Sheriff's Office with the deputies lined up out front, and she has told me that she is going to recreate this photo.
Yes.
With all of us in it. So we're looking forward to that as well.
Yes.
Congratulations, Deb.
Thank you.
I think 25 years doing anything is an amazing feat. 25 years as a sheriff's in the sheriff's department as a sworn officer is very special, and thank you very much for that. Okay, I think we're up to our 9 o'clock appointment. Would the clerk of the board please read our 9 o'clock appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider approving the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget for the with personnel recommendations, classification listing, capital project lists, appropriation limit, computation method, and resulting limit, and adopting the resolution.
Okay. Before we do staff report, we're going to actually consider a subset of this item having to do with the public defender's budget. So, Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, because my wife is employed by the Public Defender's Office, I'm recusing myself from the board's consideration of this item.
Okay, thank you. Did you have something, Chris?
Because just want to make sure we open the public hearing.
Oh, I'm going to open the public hearing. Okay. So staff report on this particular item.
Okay, good morning, Board, and this is Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. With me is the Assistant County Administrator, Eric Earhart, and our Auditor Controller, Debbie Batista. So
Just a second, just to be clear for the public, we're going to hold public comment on the entire package, including this item, until the end. So we'll just do this, take care of it, and then move on. Go ahead.
Okay, so the two items before you today that we need you to take action on are the Public Defender's Office and Conflict Counsel. You may remember earlier this year, we did a reorganization and created the Conflict Counsel. There is nothing that your board has not already seen and approved. This is as you had approved it as we move through the year. We have made the changes necessary, moving some of the cost, and some of the funding that would normally go to our AB 233. That's a funding stream that we receive. And so that's being offset. Right now, we're actually seeing a savings as opposed to what we had last year. However, this is a new department, and these are court-ordered and constitutionally required services. So we will be bringing updates to your board as we move through the year. So this item before you is, like I said, there's nothing new in this. There is the appropriations, as you see outlined before you in the report, and it is part of the overall budget package, and we would ask that your board would consider this item and approve this, these two budgets separately from the rest.
Okay. Are there any questions by the board members? Okay. As I said, we'll hold public comment until the approval of the full budget, but we need to vote on this one separately. So having that been said.
We do need public comment on this.
Okay,
item.
then I'm going to go. I was told I didn't, but that's okay. I can be flexible. Any public comment on this item? Okay, close that and bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
Move to approve.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 401 with one recusal. Supervisor Campbell. And Supervisor Campbell, if you are in the earshot of this voice, you can rejoin us. There we go. Okay. With all that having been done, staff report on the budget.
Okay, thank you so much. So the item before you today is the fiscal year 2019-2020 adopted budget. This budget is a culmination of work from a lot of people within our not only within staff, but the great teamwork that we have, but feedback from the community and from and direction from your board. I will highlight, just so you know, this is the one time a year when we talk about budget, the auditor controller must sit at the table and be part of this process. It is required. And as we move through this, there is actually a GAN limit and a resolution that she will explain to you as what that is and why we have to have it. So a couple things. This is a new process that we went through this year, just a different process, with the goal of making it more public and also more transparent. And it's not just for our community, but for the board and for our employees, so that everyone has a chance to better understand how we put this budget together and how the board directs the funding and the priorities of how you set the services that will take place throughout the year. So with that said, let's get started. What you will see before you, actually, this is a new template. You may have seen before we used to have a little bit different, and it had the gold pan. We still have our gold pan on the bottom, but Heather Ryan, who is our administrative assistant for the board, actually created this template, and we all fell in love with it. So we're using part of it, and we know we'll only get better. So thank you, Heather Ryan, for putting this together for us. Okay, so some of these your board has seen before. We start out with our mission statement that the whole purpose that we are all striving for is the mission and vision that the board approved several years ago, and that is to create a healthy and safe community, exercise natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, promote economic prosperity, and enhance the quality of life. And as you can see, more pictures. Well, these are some fantastic pictures, too, for the background here. The California Constitution says that public safety is the first responsibility of local government. And what I wanted to kind of briefly expand upon is really everything that local government does is public safety. It's fire, it's law enforcement, it's a district attorney, it's probation, it's animal control, it's social services, environmental health, building and safety. Everything all of us do is to try and create a more safe community for those that live in this community and visit this community. I wanted to revisit, and you guys have seen this several times now, but where did we start off with the budget process this year? We know that we needed to come up with a projected deficit of $3.7 million in the general fund. The fire fund needed a minimum of $500,000 to balance. And then together, we needed, an increase in revenues and decreased appropriations to equal $4.2 million. And for those who are listening and watching, there is a budget that is available on our county website. There's also a fully detailed budget that is with the board clerk's office. And what we're doing today is a summary of what we've been talking about in the board direction. This particular schedule we put together is really just to show the adopted budget last year in fiscal year 18-19 as it compared to the adopted budget this year. And one of the things we get questions about is why in the general fund are we seeing an increase with everything we just went through? And so what I had sat down and started looking at, we, as your board is aware, have had a lot of new grant funds. Our departments have done a phenomenal job about going out and getting grant funds. So we have about $3.5 million that's been added that was not in there last year that is in there included this year, and that's for the Master Stewardship Agreement. They've been doing a lot of work preparing. They're now going to actually get out there and start getting that work done. That's $2.5 million increase from last year to this year. And then we also received that California Climate Investment Act funding, which is the CCI funding. And we have $950,000 more this year included than what we had last year. So those are the two biggest drivers when you see why do we have that increase. Then when you look in governmental overall, those decreases are the way that two things. The jail is about 75% complete. So we have a decrease in the cost related to that. It's only 25% of what's left. And then we also changed the way that we are budgeting for road capital. And this is significant. It's about, in the past, the entire project would be budgeted. We've worked with our roads staff, and we are now budgeting what we expect to expend in the current year. And that gives a more realistic view of what it is that they will be able to finish within the fiscal year. So that's the biggest change there. And overall, when you see with their enterprise and internal services, the internal service funds, the difference there is we moved fleet services, which used to be an internal service fund. They've been moved into the road fund. So when you look at that's the change there. It's just been placed into a different location. The other item there I want to talk about is when you see the permanent employees on the bottom, so we compare adopted last year to adopted this year, it's reflecting about 18 FTEs. There's been a lot of movement in our staff and numbers. And so I was sitting down just kind of going through where have we made additions and where are we seeing some of those reductions. But you may remember last year mid-year, your board did approve some positions. We also had that new general services director, which has been eliminated in this new budget. But we had two new court security as the sheriff is working to prepare not only for the opening of the new jail, but he also has the new courts coming on, and your board had approved those two new court security officers or deputies. We also included 9 new positions for the sheriff's office that will not be added in 5 new jail deputies in March and 4 jail clerks in April. We have some grant-funded positions and probation that we've added, two of those. In veterans, you may remember we eliminated a position, but we also added a .58. So my point through all of this, there's a lot of movement. So when you see that, while there are definitely some eliminations, we've had to do some additions in order to prepare for what's coming in the next year and two. So any questions on that before we move on?
No question, but just a comment because I brought this up to you. And it was important that this was included because we're talking about budget cuts, we're talking about layoffs, and then when you see the number, why do we have an increase? It's important to me that the public understands where the increase is, which, as you clearly say, court security, sheriff, a few grant-funded positions, and then veterans. It's is very specific to law enforcement and public safety.
It is. I also forgot to say, you may remember with SB1 funding, we also added additional positions in roads as well. So that is a key, yeah, yes.
All right, so now we'll talk about how we balance this budget. So knowing that we had a shortfall coming into this budget, we asked departments to look at the organizations and see what we can do to become more efficient, more effective, and just reorganize. So the most significant change we've seen is the reorganization and restructure within the Community Resource Agency, reorganization within Recreation's Library. As stated, we eliminated the General Services Agency. There was reorganization with the Sheriff's Office, District Attorney, Probation, as well as Juvenile Hall. And additionally, your board approved us to move forward with an early retirement incentive program, which was also implemented. So all these help to balance this budget that's before you today. Back to the personnel, while we did see a net change in actual FTEs, overall all funds of about 3, if we exclude the 9 jail deputies and the 2 probation clerks, we actually saw about a reduction of 10 FTEs in the general fund for this year, which also leads to that savings, which was accomplished through the reorganizations. And again, the most notable reductions were through the reorganization of the Community Resource Agency. Some additional key assumptions in this budget is we do have some requests for one-time revenue from AB 109 to fund the 5 new jail deputies that will be added later this year. So if that's approved, that will come into this budget as well. New fee structure for recreational services and hall rentals, which your board will hear more about later as well. And also the contract with CAL FIRE is the estimated cost. In the event that these are not approved or revenues do not come in as high, we did increase contingencies for that. So your board has also adopted 10 policies for the budget. So I'll go through those now, starting with the policies that comply. First off, we balance the annual operating budget without the use of any one-time revenues. Dedicated unobligated beginning fund balances are used to establish annual contingencies, pay off county debts, increase reserves, fund future liabilities, and fund capital, equipment, plant, and infrastructure needs. Non-earmarked general fund contingencies should be budgeted no less than 1% of the general fund, which this budget does include that, plus additional funds. Prioritize funding for public safety and road maintenance. This budget does include that as well. You'll see with the addition of the $700,000 for a fire engine. Maintain comprehensive quarterly budget monitoring and reporting programs. We do quarterly and mid-year budget reviews. Match specific state and federal funding reductions with commensurate cuts in specific programs. Example of this would be the reduction in TNT last fiscal year. So policies that substantially comply is establish general reserves at 5% of the total operating budget for governmental funds. Annual minimum contribution of $250,000. While we're making the contribution this year, we are not at the 5% yet. Strive towards fully funding future liabilities. We're paying down additional debt in this budget. And actions that partially comply is to strive to provide funding to adequately maintain plant and infrastructure, continue an active long-term capital improvement program, which includes sections describing finance methods.
Okay, so we want to talk about, we usually always talk about, how did we use the fund balance? So that, are we using fund balance to fund the operations of and recurring costs within the budget? And we're not. So the first thing we do when we have fund balance is we make sure we carry that right back and put it right back into contingency. So this year we ended the year with contingencies about $618, I believe. And so that was part of the $3.2 million. Also, we had and we had higher revenues than anticipated and lower expenses, which is always good. We talk about when we budget low on our revenues, and we try to keep the expenses at what they have been over a period of time so that departments have enough to do their operations. So right now, contingencies are set at $1,053,000. As Eric said, we are putting $250,000 into reserves. We are paying off the internal loan for the juvenile detention facility and law and justice. That is $506,000. That will free up $400,000 ongoing going into the future. We did an additional transfer to fire of $1.2 million and the purchase of vehicles and equipment in the various cost centers, as we had discussed in prior board meetings, of $158,000. So as you can see, all of these things add up to the $3.2 million. And I would tell you there's actually a little bit more that has been of recurring revenues that is helping with non-recurring costs, such as in Debbie's office with the elections, she has to do an upgrade of equipment. There's about a $40,000 match. And the, $40,000 match for her equipment, and that's actually being done with recurring revenues. That's not, it's not here. And Debbie just gave me a note, but I'm not sure what this is for, so I may have her.
State that the payoff of the debt was all internal, not external.
Yes, yes. So the payoff of the debt was an internal loan, and I thought I had said that, but maybe I didn't. The loan of the $506,000 was internal. That was not part of a debt that we had that was external. That was monies that was borrowed internally. So there's been a lot of talk about fire, and we are all concerned with fire, and the board's number one priority under public safety, which, like I said, everything we do is public safety. And fire is that number one focus area. So we wanted to go back. I went back and started looking at the last 10 years to see how much have we actually contributed to the fire fund over the years. And you can see it's varied anywhere from $220,000 up to $520,000 last year. This year, your board has directed almost $1.7 million from the general fund into the fire fund, which is a clear reflection of the priority that you have placed on trying to meet those needs within the fire departments that we have, the county fire. $700,000 of that has been earmarked to purchase a new engine, which is fantastic. We've been talking about, we know we have some aging equipment, and I know the staff is very excited to be able to move forward with that purchase. Then we want to talk about looking forward. We've gone through this a few times, but I wanted to just kind of highlight it again. So we know that going forward, we were able to pay off two different loans. One was the internal with the Law and Justice. The other one, is that internal too?
Yes,
Yeah, both of them are internal. And so the two of those together freed up almost $800,000. So $781,000 will be freed up as we move into next year, which is fantastic. The other thing is we've been doing a lot of work. When I say we, I really mean our IT staff, because they're fantastic. They have been doing a lot of work in implementing and getting a lot of software and hardware installed for us. With that being said, they will have approximately $700,000 that was in their budget this year that will not recur next year. Then let's talk about where we have some increase in cost. The PERS fixed payment, we've been talking about this one for a while as well. There is now not only a percentage that we pay on every dollar an employee earns, but there's a fixed payment that is the way that PERS created that was to really take a portion, amortize it, and then begin paying down the unfunded liability. The fixed payment itself has increased the last 2 years, $1 million, and we are expecting to see that same increase next year. The other component related to PERS is that they are talking about moving from a 30-year to a 20-year amortization schedule. And should they do that, that will be crippling for your rural cities and counties. And I know that CSAC and RCRC are involved. We've been involved in that, and then there will be, I think, at least 4 or 5 of us going to the PERS conference in October, which will help us further ascertain what are they doing and what do we have coming forward. In salaries and benefits, and this is not this, we had estimated about $1.5 million increase, and that's really people going through steps that from A to E, that is anyone who might earn a longevity or any type of certificate pay. This number has not been adjusted based on all of the actions that we just took with personnel, and we can bring back a refined number. We just have not had time to adjust this from the original, so we expect that to be lower. But it won't be lower by a ton because we still have these increases that are taking place. The jail, we're estimating that in 2021, it could be as much as $1.5 million to run the jail for a full year. A lot of that will be related to the jail medical, but there's also some other cost involved in running that jail for the full year. Then we've talked about the county facility payments for the courts. So when the state provides the facilities for courts, counties are required to then provide a payment for maintenance of those facilities. We really don't know what that amount will be. We looked at what other counties are paying, and we are estimating $200,000. It it could be higher, it could be lower. I kind of doubt it will be lower. But we are trying to work and get a refined estimate. We haven't actually worked with the courts yet, but I will tell you the amount that the state receives from counties is about $116 million annually. And so this is a really big pot of money for the state, and this could be as much as $200,000 or more for us. The total with that, if you look at all that, is a net of $2.7 million as we move into next year. I do want to make sure that we relay that this does not account for any increases in revenues. And when I say that, our general revenues have been increasing between $700,000 to $1 million each year. If that were to occur again next year, it could help offset this amount. My point being that we need to be very careful how we spend. We need to continue looking at where we have efficiencies, and we need to continue looking at reducing costs, especially if we don't see any increased revenues in the future. Okay, our final summary. This budget before you maintains core county services. Your board has made a priority of public safety, and when I say that, that's law enforcement, that's district attorney, that's probation, that's roads, that's fire. And all of those positions, we had about 6 positions that were specifically public safety. All of those are reinstated in this budget before you, reinstated as of January 1st of 2020. It also balances ongoing general fund expenses solely with ongoing revenues. It provides for $250,000 to go into reserves as your board policy dictates. It fully funds contingencies. The board's policy says that general fund contingencies will be set at 1%, and so we have $810,000 that would be earmarked for that 1%. Right now, contingencies are at $1,053,000. It provides a sound foundation as we move into the future. We continue looking at this. This should help us as we move forward. Also provides for the transition for the new jail that will open later this fiscal year. And then finally, it does contribute $700,000 towards the purchase of a new engine for our fire department. Oh, yes. Let me hand it out. There's one thing we need to make a note of in the memo, and we did not go through the memo. It's available online and in your board binders. We forgot to put in some wording that Human Services needs in the budget write-up, so we're asking that, and we can replace these in your binders for you. I will read this out loud. This is something that we are changing the memo so that it will reflect this. For Human Services, to maximize and maintain the utmost flexibility in funding within the Human Services Agency, realignment transfers were budgeted in $200,000 from the public health and $100,000 for behavior health to better support client services delivery and cover the increasing costs of placements and administrative costs due to the continuum of care. The Human Services Agency Director has the authority to move funds between behavior health, public health, and social services. At this time, she is recommending, and it's within your budget, so we don't need to change the budget documents. We just forgot the wording within the memo. What she is wanting to do is transfer $200,000 from the Public Health Department and $100,000 from Behavior Health into the Social Services Department. And that will allow for the utmost flexibility as they continue to work with the delivery of the services and the placements that they need to do throughout the year.
Okay. Are we there?
We are there. So we are to the point where absolutely answer any questions. We'll go through this just real quick, and then we can move into the next phase. So it is recommended that your board would consider adopting all of budget actions contained within the fiscal year 19-20 budget. That would include all personnel recommendations as outlined in tab 2, attachments B, C, and D. The appropriation limit computation method as presented by the auditor controller. And then the fiscal year 19-20 budget resolution as presented along with appropriation limit computation tab 2, attachment K.
Okay. You said that the auditor controller had a speaking part?
So, every year, your board is required under the state constitution to establish appropriation limit for the county of Tuolumne. What this means is that there's a dollar value that proceeds from taxes cannot increase that dollar value. The county of Tuolumne is very fortunate that we are so far underneath our appropriation limit when we were talking with the consultants about the different sales tax or TOT, they had a little concern, were we going to approach our limit? And I told them, heck no. So what you have before you are the 6 different ways that one can calculate the appropriation limit every single year. I am recommending, and you have to say this, I'm recommending that you use alternative number 2 because it gives you the most calculation amount when you're all done, and that is the surrounding county's population times the per capita increase. And if we do that, that will increase our appropriation limit to $161,435,138, which is only 34.5% of, we only use 35% of that in our taxes. So one could increase our taxes, not that we're going to do that, by 65%. So if we do have some tax revenue in March, we're not going to approach the appropriation limit in any means.
Okay. Is that the end of the staff report?
That is the end of the staff report.
Okay.
Available
I'm going to
questions.
go ahead and open it up for public comment on the budget. Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
Actually, we're going to keep that open until we're done with discussion and.
Okay, I'll reopen the public hearing. Apparently, I don't know how to do this. Okay, I'll start with Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, this has been a difficult process. Our chief responsibility is to, one of our chief responsibilities as a board is to provide a balanced budget. And, I believe this budget is in the best interest of the people that we serve as we strive to provide essential services while maintaining fiscal responsibility. I'd never call a budget that includes layoffs fair, which it isn't. But I can say with confidence that this is more fair than budgets we've had in the past that have included cuts. It's not been an enjoyable process looking at losing people. I've been in that position in the past. I've been laid off from a job years ago, and I can tell you it's not a lot of fun. And so we have to look at what's best for the organization and for the people that we serve. And I think I like to thank the county administrator for the work that your office has done, and other board members as well. I don't have much comment on the budget itself. I think we've kind of worked through most of the fun nitty-gritty elements of it. So I'll listen to what my co-conspirators have to say here.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk?
Ditto what Campbell said, Supervisor Campbell. I'll go back, I look at the actions that comply with policies. And I know for me, being a new supervisor and not knowing the whole process is, I think at the national, state level, we see a lot of waste. And at a local level, there's always going to be, discussion about running things. But I know my heart, and I believe Tracy's, is we're trying to run this organization like a business. And so I like right here on slide 9, establish annual contingencies, pay off debts, increase reserves. Those are the first 3 things that we're doing to try and get on track. And so I support that. Again, we've talked a lot about this process. Fire is our number 1 priority, and I am glad to see us triple the amount of money that we're putting in fire. We're buying a new engine, and I know there's going to be more discussion about funding fire. And I'm a big advocate for putting our money where our mouth is, and fire and roads is the number 1 concern with our constituents. So I'm glad to see us as a board collectively doing that and taking action on it. One thing that I am looking at moving forward is the net shortage. If the revenues come in, maybe we're looking at a $1.7 million shortfall. So I'll be keeping that in mind as we talk about revenue increases. And again, we've been through this process, and I just publicly want to say thank you to the 3 individuals who we are laying off for your service and for what you have done for this community. It's not taken lightly. I just publicly want to acknowledge you and thank you for what you have done, and your families, because they're the ones who are affected. And unless there's anything, there's so many things to say, but I think, let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. So, and then finally, thank you, Tracy and staff and Debbie, for the late emails and the pulling out hair conversations. It's a work in progress, and thanks for being patient with me. Thank you.
Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, I think a few months ago we had discussion and we had these shortages, and I did mention we'll get there. It's somewhat painful to get there, but we have, and I too want to thank the employees that we have working for us now, and the ones that will be leaving us. Difficult, very difficult decisions that we have to make. So with that, I really want to thank staff, everybody, Debbie. I know that you guys have been working really long hours to get this done, and you watch the process. You see how we start at a difficult point and then how it's dissected. I guess I'm fortunate. I've gone through 11 of these, and each one is a little bit different and painful in different ways. So thanks everybody for their work, and I support the budget as presented.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I would echo the comments of my fellow supervisors. This process was difficult, but I think it was very necessary. And the education process for our employees, the public, and us, I think was really instrumental. And I guess I'd point, this is the first time in my 7th time doing this, where we haven't had changes when we get to this point. It's the first time where, because the process was so open, our department heads weren't up here struggling and fighting, not fighting, but really trying to advocate for what few dollars might have surfaced. And with that, I'm not suggesting that we don't also recognize that every one of our departments is incredibly lean and mean, and I would argue too lean and mean in most cases. We are doing so much with fewer resources, and if that wasn't evident in all of the department presentations, then I would suggest that people weren't listening, and would encourage you to go back. Those tapes are available. Go back and listen to what our folks are doing with less personnel and with a higher, the workload increases. It's not decreasing. It continues to increase. And so I want to really thank everyone that worked on the process. I know that occasionally I would show up on weekends to do some work in my office, and our staff over the last 8 weeks has been here on their Saturdays late at night. And Supervisor Kirk said it's your families also, because you all have lives that are outside of here with everything that's going on. And so I hope our community really appreciates the effort. And with that, I support this budget.
Okay. So I, too, would like to thank, first of all, and probably foremost, those employees that unfortunately will be leaving our service to the county. They together have an incredible number of years in service to this county. Individually, they're very talented people, and it is with a great deal of regret that I'm going to support the budget that unfortunately results in them losing their jobs. And that's not a fun thing. But I do want to thank them for their service to the county because it's been very, very important. I want to also thank the entire staff and especially the auditor controller staff, the CAO's office, all the department heads and all the people that work with the department heads to put this budget together. And I don't think there's any way that I can adequately explain to the public the amount of hours that they put in doing this. Every single one of those people that I mentioned. And in some cases, they participated in their own demise, unfortunately. And they did it with class, and I want to thank them for that. I want to especially recognize CAO Riggs. This budget process, the process, okay, not the decisions. The process was her brainchild, and I'm sure she got a lot of input from her staff. But this is the budget process, the kind of budget process that I'm used to, and I have not been used to in the 7 years that I've been sitting on this dais. I think this is the way a budget ought to be done. Okay, it's open, it's above board. We don't get to this point and sit on the dais. I timed Ms. Riggs because we had a little side bet, 27 minutes. We're not making a decision in 27 minutes, and I don't want anybody to think that we're making a decision in 27 minutes. We've been working with the staff on this for months, okay, all the way back to June and even a little bit before that. Both in meetings like this, but also one-on-one sessions with the staff. The amount of hours put into this is extensive. So this isn't just Tracy giving us a nice presentation for the public and then us rubber stamping it. We have been hands-on this budget all the way through, and I have never felt that before, ever. And so I really want to commend you, Tracy, for putting this process together. I think it should be illuminating to the public, and I would echo Supervisor Brennan's comments. If you haven't been watching, I think you ought to go back and pull up the tapes and watch some of the previous sessions that we've had, including special meetings of the board. So I am in favor of this. So with that being said, I'm looking for a motion.
Let's close the hearing, the resolutions in final form.
Close the public hearing. And what?
If the resolutions in final form is ready to take a motion.
Okay, it is in final form. Okay. Looking for a motion.
I don't think I can remember everything, so I'm going to move on staff recommendation.
Okay. I've got a motion that we adopt all budget actions contained in the 2019-20 budget documentation, including personnel recommendations, tab 2, attachments B, C, and D, appropriation limit computation method as presented by the auditor controller, and FY 2019-20 adopted budget resolution as presented, and the amount appropriation limit is $161,435. I'm sorry, $161,435,138.
That's my motion.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? I know how to do that. And do I have a second? Okay, I've got a motion and a second motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Again, staff, wherever you're at, thank you very much for your participation. Okay, let's go ahead and read our 9:30, both of our 9:30 appointments.
Okay, these are closed session. The first one's public. They're both public employee appointments, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, and one is for the Community Development Department Director, and the other is for the Public Works Director.
Okay, is there any public comment on either of these? Okay, seeing no public comment, we are going to recess into closed session, and we will be back with a report if appropriate. Thank you. Supervisors, we're back from closed session, and we have nothing to report. Would the clerk of the board please read our 11 o'clock appointment?
This is a presentation on the Big Dreams Park completion adjacent to the Tuolumne Memorial Hall.
She's right behind you.
All right, Daniel Richardson, General Services Agency. Back in, we'll call it 2013, when Sarah used to work for the county in the Recreation Department, she one day had a big dream, we'll call it. And today we're here to report that this wonderful project that she wanted to create has come to fruition. And we as the county will assume ownership and maintenance of this great project, this park that's been built. And so today we're offering Sarah the opportunity to talk about this incredible project that is now completed and has been inspected by the county too.
Okay.
Good morning. There we go. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. And I'm really excited to share, as Daniel just mentioned, that we have completed our project that we started many years ago. So I'm going to go through briefly. I know we have a lot of business here today still, but I want to share a little bit about how our project started, where we've gone, and then what's next for us. So our project started because of my daughter, Ruby. She was the inspiration of this park because when she was really young, there were no parks in our area that she could access because of a disability that she had. She had had a stroke before she was born. And it made getting in and out of all of our local parks almost impossible and really not fun for her. And so myself and a few other members of our community, including my mom especially, who's here today. This is Terry Neer. And sitting next to her is Debbie Hicks. She is another one of our dedicated members who has been with us from the beginning, both of them from the very beginning, to get this project going. So when we started talking about our local parks, instantly a few of us were like, oh, we have to fix this. You know, we can't rely on anybody else to do this. So we took it upon ourselves to bring it to, at the time, Maureen Frank, who was the director of the Recreation Department and who also happened to be my supervisor at the time. And she really helped guide this project from the beginning through, especially once we started doing our fundraising and we had our plan. I mean, she really helped get us there. So I want to send a special thank you to Maureen Frank, who helped get this project off the ground. So one of the things that we are really proud of as an organization, besides just this project, is the amount of public awareness and conversations that we've started in our community around accessibility and inclusion for children and adults with disabilities. We have done community outreach events in the county. We've participated in the Children's Fair. We had a big carnival in the park in Tuolumne 2 years in a row to share this idea and get community feedback. We also sent out a mailer, which is right here, 2 years in a row to all county residents, letting them know that this project was coming, and again, to ask for feedback, and also as a fundraiser. So we've, as you can see, been in the newspaper quite a few times, just sharing this message about what we're trying to do. I've also visited many service clubs, almost all the service clubs in the county, and did presentations about our project, what we needed, and got a lot of support from them as well. And we started important conversations within the county and also in other counties. So I've been contacted by quite a few people in other counties in the state and some out of the state who had heard about our project either through social media or through the newspaper or whatever, and wanted information on how they can get a project started like this in their county. We also raised a lot of money. So this project was 100% privately funded. We had no tax dollars to complete this entire project. We were the beneficiary of the Sunrise Rotary Dinner 2 years in a row, which raised close to $50,000 for our organization. We have held annual dinner, in what we call our Starry Night Dinner in White, which is a community fundraiser. Everyone dresses in white, and we have live music, and it's really fun, and we've raised quite a bit of money that way. Sonora Area Foundation was one of our largest contributors, and I believe it's in the area of, I think, $80,000 that we got through Sonora Area Foundation and through a private donor through their organization. And we also have a big plaque that we installed over at the park so you can see all of the different donors who have contributed. And as you can see, it is a really long list. This is nowhere near a complete list of people who've made contributions. This is just groups and businesses and individuals who've made large contributions. I had the pleasure of doing the grab for cash 2 different times at Black Oak Casino, which is hilarious and way harder than it looks. We even had a donation from a Girl Scout troop who did give us a donation to help with our park in Tuolumne. We participated in a color run, which was hilarious, and poured down rain the entire time, so we were soaking wet. And that's my son, because he's just really cute. I wanted to share that. And then we designed an amazing park. We found a really great architect who helped, kind of solidify our ideas and streamline it into a really fun design. And this is the reaction that, oh, there's no sound. But anyways, this is how old my daughter was when we started this project. This was probably actually maybe 3 years in. And she's explaining here about how much she loves this park. And she didn't talk this much. But she was just going on and on about how she's going to play with her friends, and she's going to go down the slide, and all of her friends are going to be able to be here. And at the end, she just says, all my friends can play here. So I don't think she quite understood what she was getting at the time, but she was right. All of her friends, no matter what their abilities are, will be able to play at this park. Building this park has been very educational. Working for the county, I know you have probably learned all of these lessons that I learned already, but construction projects are really complicated and time-consuming. Just getting to our groundbreaking took, I think, 6 years. And then once we were there, we discovered that there was a swimming pool underneath the park, and that was surprising. So we had to figure out a way around that, cut some concrete. Why is this not wanting to? Cooperating, yeah. Let's see. There's supposed to be a picture of our groundbreaking, but that's okay. So even just our demo turned into a very interesting situation with some surprises. Once we started digging out someone mentioned, oh yeah, and by the way, there's a pool under there. Oh, that would have been nice to know when we were creating our design. There was also so much more sand in the park than we thought. I think it was like 160 yards. It was so much. It's like it was growing as we were taking it out. It just was. It was another surprise. So this is just. I'm going to go through some pictures just so you can see where we went through in this process. But we had a lot of volunteers that helped get this project started, and then there was also a lot of underground work. So all the drainage from the Memorial Hall goes right into that lot. So as part of this project, we had to incorporate all the underground work to make sure that the water that was coming off that building goes out into the street. So that's a humongous drain. I don't think you can see how big that is, but it's ready for a really wet winter, which we had, which comes to my next point, is we had about 3 or 4 months where we had no work happening because the ground was so wet, and what we were trying to do was a lot of concrete work, and you can't dig footings and anything. Pretty much you can't do much construction when there's rain, and we had a lot. We also had a lot of concrete work that was done at the park. So this is a brief snapshot, but it was a huge undertaking, the amount of concrete work that was done there. We also have beautiful landscaping out there. So when we designed this park, we didn't want it to just be a playground. We wanted it to be a community gathering space. So one of the things that through our touring of different parks all over the state, we noticed that some had really spent some quality time thinking about what the landscaping was going to look like. And so that it would be a welcoming, inviting place for not just the kids to play, but also for parents. Because I'm sure that you've been to a park where your kids are having fun, or your grandkids, but it's a drag to be there as a parent or grandparent because there's nowhere to sit, it's hot, there's not like good shade. So we really took a long, hard look at this site and wanted to make sure that what we did created a really welcoming space for kids and parents. We also were really thoughtful about the playground equipment that we installed. A lot of the design incorporates our local area, so it's all nature, colors, themed, and as you can see, we even have our own little ranger station there, so that kids can, have an imaginary space where they can create their own stories and really use their imaginations, like I said, in this space. We also used a soft surface underneath everything. We didn't use bark or sand or any kind of mulch because that is not completely accessible. So every surface besides in the landscaping in the entire park is a solid surface that you can get through in a wheelchair, if you use a walker, if you have any type of mobility challenges. This park is completely smooth and easy to get through. So you can see here, it was kind of a two-part process. There's an underlayment, which is made out of all this recycled rubber. So there's a bunch of chopped up rubber underneath, and then a nice green cover on the top. And you can see here, this is the finished product of our park. There's a big sandbox. We replaced the spinner that was there in the park that was a really big concern for some of the local families because they loved that piece of the park that was in there before. So we replaced it, as you can see down here, we replaced it with a more accessible model. But it still goes really fast, so that was a surprise. One of their kids was playing on it, and it started to kind of slide off. As you start spinning, you go out towards the outside, and she was telling her mom, "This thing needs a seatbelt." So don't be worried, it's fast. And this is just kind of an overview of the park, a 360 view of the rubber surface. We have 2 different types of swing sets there. One is a big disc swing where kids can sit together and play on it. We also have an infant seat, a full back accessible swing, and 2 standard swings. And there's landscaping throughout the whole park. We have musical equipment that you can see in the background there that's really pleasant to listen to and not annoying, because a lot of times music equipment at kids' playgrounds is really annoying. This stuff, it sounds like a beautiful wind chime. So I hope you get a chance to check that part out especially. It's really unique. There's lots of picnic tables and seating areas throughout the park. We also got some gorgeous rocks from Blue Mountain Minerals. They invited us to come out, and we went and got to tour around their space there, and then they donated a bunch of gorgeous landscaping rocks to us that we used not only in the landscaping but also as part of the play equipment. So these 2 big rocks that you see, these white ones, are miniature rocks for like toddlers to climb around on, and imagine that they are rock climbing, out in our beautiful wilderness area. So, and as you can see, this is my niece, and she's adorable. She really enjoyed the toddler swing, so I like to incorporate pictures of my people in there whenever I can. Also, once the project was getting close to being finished, we had 2 family work days where we invited anybody that wanted to come and help to come out, and one day we just had to move so much gravel. So we did countless numbers of wheelbarrow loads of gravel to fill in some areas that needed it before the rubber surface went in. And also at the very end, once all the playground equipment and the surface was done, we invited families to help clean up because the equipment was a little dusty, and also we needed to blow all the leaves off because that surface, it's not intended to have debris sitting on it. So we went out and power washed and cleaned everything and got it really ready for our opening, which we are hoping, well, it's scheduled for September 29th. Not hoping. It's happening on September 29th. Sunday, September 29th. So we are having our grand opening that day, and as we've done many years in the past, we are doing a dinner in white, but this year it's for all ages. And we are inviting everybody to come out and join us for this really exciting day. And we are doing it sort of earlier so you could bring your kids, and everyone's encouraged to wear white as we've done before. It just looks really pretty and it's fun to get dressed up. And we're inviting families to bring a picnic dinner, and we will have music and desserts and some non-alcoholic drinks provided for all of our guests in appreciation for everything that they've contributed to getting this project done. Because although we have a big group of all 8 of us who made this happen, which really is supposed to be a joke, it really was a community effort. It was not just us at all. It was a huge effort by everybody in our community to make this happen. So what's next for our organization is that we want to make sure that accessibility is included in all future projects, especially government-funded projects, that you guys have a say in what those look like. And that we don't just think about ADA compliance, because ADA compliance, although it's a starting point, it really is not accessible. So this is technically, this picture here is what accessibility looks like for ADA. That would be all we would have to do at a playground, and we would be meeting their standards. And as you can see, when we think about accessibility, we are also thinking about inclusion, ways that children with disabilities and with no disabilities can play together. So this right here is kind of the dream of our organization, with 2 kids with very different abilities can come together and play in the same playground. And we also want to be a model for California. So our county is smaller size, and I think that we really have an opportunity to show the state what is possible as far as our community play areas. And also, we need to think about equity in all of the work that we do. You know, it's a key word that I'm sure you're hearing a lot about in your work. But when we think about equity as compared to equality, equality is trying to make, let's see, this says it so much better than what I could say. Where equality seeks to make everyone equal, equity seeks to understand the underlying differences of opportunity and access to social resources. So we are not all the same, so we shouldn't be treating our public spaces like we are all the same, and make sure that we are committed to helping those in need, to lift each other up, and that's why we are in public service. Oh, I think I may have missed something. So we also want to make sure that we continue this conversation around the needs of children and families, and that we as an organization are going to continue to provide assistance to other organizations and other communities. So if, for instance, if there's a park in another neighborhood or another area of our county, we want to be of assistance to them if they need to make upgrades or changes, or if they need to replace their current play space, that we can be a resource, not only as giving them ideas on how they can make these improvements more accessible to their community, but also we are going to continue to do fundraising so that we can also provide financial assistance to make those changes, because as we have learned, this process is really expensive, and we can't rely on tax funds to make these important changes, because as we know, those are hard to come by right now. So I have we don't have any sound. I forgot. But I have a little quick video that I'm going to skip, but it's a variety of kids telling you thank you for supporting this project, and telling our donors thank you for really making this happen, because without them, we wouldn't have been able to have this great accomplishment.
Sarah, do you have sound on your?
I don't think so. I don't think there's any sound. So that is all. Do you have any questions for me?
Anybody got questions? Go ahead.
I have to check out here in a minute, so I wanted to stick around to make sure. It's in my district, and I love what you've done. I used to live down the street from you, so I remember your daughter, and I'm excited for her. And I'm excited for the county, and specifically the city of Tuolumne, because if you go there and you walk the streets, that place was set up to be a family community. And I think with the development, with some ideas and coal and economic development, some things headed that direction towards Tuolumne City, I think it's a good place to start this. And yeah, definitely moving forward, you know, you make a point, if we ever have more opportunity to use government money to make sure you keep us in line, if we can expand other projects moving forward. And I just want to thank the partners and you for spearheading this. It's pretty amazing when it touches you personally, how you get involved. I think that's the reason why I'm up here on this board, because you get passionate about something, and you can complain or you can get involved. So congratulations to you and for putting this together, and thank you. And I will be back for that event, so I will see you there. And just good job. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, congratulations to you and everybody who made this happen. Being able to stick to something this long is a true testament to what it takes to get something like this done, and you did it. Yeah, I brought my kids to the old park many times. It was kind of our rotation. We would go to the downtown library and then the Tuolumne Library, and then afterward we'd go to the park. And so we haven't had a chance to play in the new park yet, so we're looking forward to it.
Nobody has yet,
and
except my kids.
Yeah, right.
Because they're special.
Yeah, is there a special
Because Mom has
name?
the keys.
Yeah, it looks great. It's really an asset to the neighborhood and the whole town. So thank you, and thank you to everybody who made it happen.
John,
I think this is a testament that dreams can come true, and thank you for the perseverance and getting this job. Wonderful job. Thank you.
Sherry?
Yeah, I think I was there with you 6 years ago when this was first conceptualized and attended a number of the functions and fundraisers, and it is a testament to what can happen when you dream. You're committed to seeing the dream through with all of the partners, and I'll look forward to being at the grand opening.
Yep. It's all been said, but absolutely congratulations. And kudos to you for pressing through to the end. It's really, I know it's an emotional victory for you for sure, but it's a victory for the entire county. And I want to really, really thank you for everything that you've done and all your partners and people that donated money, donated time, all of that stuff. Really great. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say thank you again. Really working with all of you and working with the county has been, it's been quite easy, actually. Everybody that I encountered through the process of getting permits and, doing the survey, everyone that I encountered that worked for the county, they just said, how can I help you? How can we make this easier for you? We want to support you. And I really appreciated that because it was something that I wasn't really sure how that process was going to go, but I felt completely supported the whole time. So
Okay.
Kudos to all of your
Okay,
great
before I forget, public comment.
Well, I just want to salute Sarah because you can be passionate and you can be involved and you can also be inept. And I see a lot of people come with their projects. They're not prepared. They're not organized. They don't know what they want. And that's very frustrating for a lot of people. But everything, absolutely everything I've been at with you, and we've been at a lot, she has been very organized, very prepared, very focused, and she sets the example, in my opinion, of how you should come before a planning commission, before a historic preservation commission, before a board, and present your project and ask people to work with you. So kudos to you.
Okay, any other public comment? Thank you so much, and have fun with it. Or your kids can have fun with it. Okay. So would clerk of the board please read our belated 11:45 appointment?
This is consideration of adopting a resolution commending Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director, for her dedicated service to Tuolumne County upon her retirement.
All right. Good afternoon, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So today, I actually have a co-conspirator with me in recognizing Ann Connolly upon her retirement. So my predecessor, Craig Pedro, is here with me today, and he helped actually draft this resolution along with some other members of Ann's staff. And so, first of all, Ann, can you come up? I know how much you love this. I like it as much as you do, but I personally want to tell you thank you. 30 years is a long time, but you've done that eloquently. You've done that with respect for those that you serve, and you've been a great leader. I think of so many times when I say the things I say, it comes from the time I worked with you. And so it's a direct reflection of the impact you had on my life, and I can only imagine the impact of the you've had on other lives. I will also say that when the board approved the early retirement program, and they gave approval to me and then to department heads, as you've seen, to actually, do we allow that person to retire or not under that program? When I got yours, I told Ann Fremd, forget it. She can't go. We're not. I mean, we're not doing this program. That was my first response. But on the other side, I do wish you and Rick the best as you move into this next phase of your life. You've been incredible, and I'm so thankful for you and your leadership. And then I did want to invite Craig up, so he has some things. And then Carl will come down and present the resolution and your plaque for you. But as much as I know you're not a big hugger, I'm going to hug you because I will miss you so much, Ann.
Oh, thank you.
Sit for this?
Before you start, did you have to go out and buy that suit, or is
No.
that still from the old days?
I'm proud of myself. It still fits. Actually, not only put the suit on, but I got a haircut and a shave today. All right. Well, it is a privilege to be here to help honor Ann upon her retirement. And I think it started with Bob Price, but I thought it might be important just to provide some perspective of the importance of the role that Ann has been in and the importance of this agency that she's led so well for so many years. So let me give you a little bit of history here. One of the reasons counties were created was to implement and administer state programs. Some of the bedrock services came to include welfare, which we call social services today, public health, and then mental health, which we call behavioral health, today. In Tuolumne County, these and other services were originally overseen by several different departments, but in the 70s, it came together under the Human Services Agency. And this was done to maximize efficiency and cost effectiveness in providing these important services. The composition of the Human Service Agency, or I'll call it HSA from here on out, and its method of service delivery have fluctuated over the years. For example, it has always included social service, public health, and behavioral health services. Ambulance service was added when private sector service collapsed in our county in the mid-'80s. Veteran services was also added in the mid-'80s. Believe it or not, that used to be run out of the CIO's office. Jail medical services was once provided directly by county public health nurses, but it got to the point we could not find people to do that any longer, and that evolved into what is now one of the largest contracted services that we have in the county. And then for one season, it even included direct oversight of Tuolumne General Hospital and also the VNA and hospice services associated with it. Then in the early 90s, the state legislature passed what was called the State Local Program Realignment, through which the state fundamentally changed how it funded HSA services. And this is a big deal. It used to be more of a grant-funded type program. You pretty much knew what you were going to contribute, and that was it. But the idea was that, hey, we're going to do a thing here. We're going to give you a percentage of some state sales tax and vehicle license fee money, and we're going to match that dollar for dollar with what you're leaving. It's going to be a net neutral, and you're going to have better control of these services. Well, that really wasn't the case. That was the beginning of one of the biggest shifts of responsibility that's ever occurred in the state with respect to counties. And I know that's stuff that you guys are dealing with, continue to deal with today. In 2004, some positive news, the voters did approve Proposition 63, which was the Mental Health Services Act, which did provide a significant boost in funding for behavioral health services, so it hasn't all been bad. Today, the core programs of the HSA include, and this is the part that kind of takes your breath away when you think about the breadth of what this agency does. In the area of public health, you have education and prevention services, adult and family health services, public health clinic services, our emergency medical services or EMS agency, which oversees broadly our whole EMS service in the county. Women, Infants, and Children, or the WIC program, collaborates with schools and other health facilities and much more. Behavioral health, we have crisis assessment and intervention program. We have outpatient mental health services, outpatient alcohol and drug treatment services, our enrichment service, working collaboratively with the Lambert Community Center, support to law enforcement and healthcare providers such as the Adventist Health Hospital, and support to the court, and more. Social services includes adult services, children's services, employment and training services, Affordable Care Act education and referral services, In the area of public assistance, Medi-Cal, one of the largest programs that the HSA oversees, the County Medical Services Program, CalFresh, CalWorks, and our General Assistance Program. It also oversees, again, the county ambulance service, both for emergency response, but also non-emergency patient transport. And then, as mentioned before, veteran services, assisting with access to state and federal benefits earned by veterans and their families. These services directly impact the majority of county residents. And I don't know if Ann's mentioned, she probably has off the top of her head just what percentage it is of our county residents that's somehow directly impacted through some form of service through the HSA, but it is the majority of our residents. The overall budget of the HSA is about $55 million, or 1/4 of the entire county budget, and that's over $200 million. And this does not include the millions and millions of dollars in state and federal benefits that are paid out in payments for services or paid directly to individuals on various programs. And the HSA is comprised of approximately 205 permanent employees, relief employees, and 2 of the largest contracted services that the county oversees. So in summary, the HSA is the single largest agency in Tuolumne County government. It plays an incredibly important role in the delivery of some of the county's most important services to its residents, and requires wise and caring management of the vast resources and services entrusted to it. So I hope that this leads us all to a greater understanding and appreciation of the work that Ann Connolly was built for and skillfully delivered throughout her entire time with the Tuolumne County Human Services Agency. And I learned from my time doing this with Bob, I'm going to make a couple personal comments to Ann so I get them in. And we've talked about it. You can come up because I'm going to hug you too. But I very much have always appreciated you professionally. We've spent almost all but 8 months of your entire career. We were able to work together when we were little puppies in our respective agencies to assistants, together. To becoming, directors in a sense, together. But Ann, it was such a joy, when the position became available. It's not the reason I was joyful, but because I had the opportunity to make a recommendation the first department head I ever made to the Board of Supervisors, and that was you. And it was so easy to do it. And you've heard this one before. I always judge, those top positions to fill them. I'm looking for people of character, people that are competent, and people that have chemistry that get along with people. And I know of no other department head in my entire career that has done that better than you. So thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
You can hang around there for a second. Before I read the resolution, I'm going to ask for comments from the board. Supervisor Gray, I'll give you the first shot since you're our senior board member.
I have to think back to some of the first CSAC training classes that I went to, and a couple of them were on health services, and I left each one of them more confused. And when I came back, and I think I had a couple of conversations with Craig, I'm sure I did, that I felt so blessed having you here, because it changes so much every year, sometimes every day, and it's been an extreme pleasure to have you here and being able to work with you. Thank you.
Okay. I'll stay over there, Ryan.
So, Ann, you were one of the, you were the first department head that I met when I started with the county years ago, and I don't know if you remember, we had a conversation about behavioral health and how it had changed, and I remember leaving that conversation thinking, wow, that lady really knows what she's talking about. You have, what you do is not abstract. It shows exactly where state revenues come back to our community to help the most vulnerable populations. And, I just, the way it's grown and under your leadership and improved and reached out to help So many different people. You'll never know all the lives that you saved and impacted through your illustrious career. So I shared Tracy's comments. I'm sad to see you go. I would stop you if I could. But thank you truly for the work that you've done, and you have a lot to be proud of.
Sherry?
Yeah, I've thought about this quite a bit. How to parse it down, because there's so much to say. And I came back to these words. We commit to providing exceptional public service that creates a healthy and safe community, exercises natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, promotes economic prosperity, and most importantly, enhances the quality of life. And you, more than anybody I know, embodies that. And I'm just going to say, I told Tracy no.
Thanks, Sherry.
Okay. I'm going to save my comments for when I go down to present. So before I read the resolution, are there any public comments? Please come up. Yeah, you might want to sit down, Ann.
Good morning, Chairman Rutherford, members of the board. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Ann for guidance, for her patience, and for her unwavering support during my career. She is a role model of the importance of working really hard, the importance of serving your community with the highest degree of ethics and compassion, and the true value of being a loyal county employee. I'm going to miss Ann as she walks down our hallways, as everybody knows how she does, more than she will ever know. And although my heart breaks as she will no longer be my supervisor, I wish Ann the very, very best in her retirement. Thank you, Ann.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Steve Boyack. I'm the Assistant Human Services Director. I reported directly to Ann Conley for 11 years and 2 months. One thing that you get to know about Ann is that there is an urgency in everything she does. She reads fast. She edits fast. She problem solves fast. She walks fast for a person this tall. I can keep up with her. My strides are a little longer. But she has a tremendous sense of intuition, so much so that she may even know what you're going to say before you even say it. Ann is a perfectionist. We've all become accustomed to her attention to detail, accuracy, and to process. As she sets the standard for us all, and she encourages staff to do the same. She's intelligent. She's honest. You know where you're set with Ann. She manages situations, and she moves on objectively. That's key. She's a very objective thinker. She empowers her staff to critically think and continuously has provided us the tools to do our work. She has carried out her duties as our leader, our mentor, a role model with class. Look at this woman. She emboldens class and has provided direction with devotion to our mission to serve those that are in most of need. That's where her heart is. And you can be rest assured that you're leaving this agency in capable, good hands. It has truly been a pleasure to serve with you. It's time to take a deep breath and open the new chapter to your life. I wish for you and Rick the best in retirement.
Hi, I'm Robin Perkins,
I'm going to try not to cry. 17 years ago, my kids got put into foster care, and it changed my life completely. I owe a big debt of gratitude to the drug dependency court that got me to straighten my life out, and my kids are thriving, and I'm grandma now. But I started volunteering, and I joined the Child Abuse Council, and I went to many luncheons and sat next to Ann, and I want to tell you that not once did I feel judged by you. Not once did you make me feel less than a human being. Not once did I feel like I had to shut up and not say what I wanted to say. Not once did you make me feel like that. And because of you, I went to school and got my degree in human services, and started parent partnership in Tuolumne County and won the top parent leadership award for the state of California because of you, because of what you did and what Linda did in my life and how it changed me. So I'm one of those people. I was one of those people that you served and changed my life completely, and it changed the lives of my children, and it changed the lives of my grandchildren. And that dedication you had to make people feel special no matter what the circumstances can't be replaced. And I truly appreciate you, and I love you with all my heart.
Good afternoon. Linda Downey, Chief Probation Officer. I've had the opportunity to work with and for Ann for over 20 years. I took a few moments just to jot down a few things. There are many things that I admire and appreciate about Ann, but her professionalism, her knowledge, her problem-solving skills, her willingness to partner, her mentoring, her encouragement, and her willingness in the past to allow me to take an idea and just run with it. Ann is a 30-plus year dedicated public servant. I wish her and her family a very blessed, long, and wonderful retirement. But I'm going to make her come up here for a minute, because there's one thing, and you're going to face these guys. So the thing I'm going to miss probably the most about Ann is it's something that happens every year, and it's something that happens this time of the year. It's something that you would see Director Connolly at this time of the year with sparkle in her eye, a little skip in her step, a big smile on her face. Do you know where I'm going with this? No. Okay. No, I'm not talking about budget time. I know some of you guys are thinking budget time. But of course, I am talking about candy corn season. Oh, yes! Yes!
Okay, I see no one else. So I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution, and then I'll join you down at the podium here. Okay. Resolution of the Board of Supervisors of Tuolumne County of Tuolumne. Whew. I hope I get through this. Whereas Ann Connolly will be retiring on September 28th, 2019, after 30 years of distinguished service in the field of human services with the County of Tuolumne, and whereas Ms. Connolly was first hired by the County of Tuolumne on February 8th, 1989 as a social worker 1, her managers immediately recognized the good fortune that had befallen them, and in just 8 years, promoted Ann through the entire social services worker series, culminating in her becoming a welfare program manager in May of 1997. During this early season, Ms. Connolly worked in areas such as adult protective services, in-home supportive services, public guardian, public administrator, representative payee program, general assistance, welfare to work, child welfare services, foster care licensing, and independent living program. Are there any other programs over there? Whether she knew it or wanted it at the time, Ann was being groomed for something bigger. And whereas Ms. Connolly was promoted to Assistant Human Services Agency Director in April of 2004, as the Assistant HSIA Director, Ann expanded her role and experience again by taking on newer tasks, such as overseeing the newly created HSA Fiscal Unit, which oversaw all budgeting and financial operations for social services, public health, environmental health, and ambulance. Her grooming was completed, and on April 1st, 2007, Ms. Connolly was appointed by the Board of Supervisors as the county's HSA Director. And whereas some of Ms. Connolly's accomplishments over her tenure include, 1, successfully transitioning the Public Guardian Program to the HSA, 2, securing grant funds to help pay for unmet needs of elderly or disabled clients, 3, instituted the Representative Payee Program to assist disabled individuals with financial management of their Social Security benefits, 4, managed the county's General Assistance Program to ensure real needs were met while keeping the county's general fund cash outlay to a minimum, 5, worked with mental health, probation, county schools, and community-based organizations in the planning and development of the children system of care. 6, implemented the dependency drug court program in child welfare. 7, coordinated implementation of homes for families, a tenant-based rental assistance program for child welfare clients. 8, helped research and implement an emergency children's shelter. 9, developed the prenatal multidisciplinary team. 10, worked with the health officer to establish school-based public health clinic services through use of a mobile van. 11, oversaw the submission and approval of a transitional housing program plus plan. 12, oversaw implementation of the in-home supportive services quality assurance program. 13, successfully transferred VNA hospice operations to the private sector as part of the privatization of the Tuolumne General Hospital. 14, implemented a cost-saving Mental Health Services Act innovation program, which reduced out-of-home placements of chronically mentally ill, providing community-based services in the least restrictive home setting. 15, led the effort to migrate to the statewide automated welfare system, resulting in a more efficient delivery of public assistance benefits. And 16, helped lead teams whose work resulted in the county receiving a 2010 California State Associations of Counties Challenge Award for its Emancipated Foster Youth, Hope House, and 2019 CSAC Merit Award for its Child and Family Visit Center. Whereas Ms. Connolly has also been very active in statewide roles, such as 1, member of the California Welfare Directors Association Board, member of the California Welfare Director Association's 20 Small Counties Subcommittee and Fiscal Subcommittee, and 3, served as a small counties representative to the County Medical Services Program Board. Within the community, Ann has served in a variety of roles, including 1, member and chair of the Senior Network and Interdisciplinary Team, 2, member of the Long-Term Care Planning Council. You see why I'm sitting down while I read this, right? 3, member and chair of the Yes Partnership. 4, member and chair of Prevent Child Abuse Tuolumne County. 5, member and chair of the Safe from the Start Committee. 6, member of the Sonora Area Foundation Community Indicators Health and Safety Committee. 7, worked with the Sonora Area Foundation Eye Care Committee to develop a screening protocol. And 8, member of the Bioterrorism Core Committee. For good measure, Ms. Connolly has also helped out locally by volunteering with the Girl Scouts, coaching soccer, and participating in PTA. And whereas in recognition of her collective contributions, Ms. Connolly received the 2013 Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce Excellence in Government Award. Whereas throughout her career, Ann Connolly has been well-liked, admired, and respected for her hard work, honesty, common sense, earnest care for her staff and clients, tough love approach to accountability, excellent mentoring, can-do spirit, team player attitude, and physical stewardship. Put simply, Ann is one of the finest individuals and department heads to have worked for the County of Tuolumne. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors wishes to thank and commend Ann Connolly for her exemplary service to the County of Tuolumne and its residents, and be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors wishes Ann and her husband Rick great happiness and enjoyment in retirement, along with their daughters Kate and Kelly. So, Ann, if you'll come up. First of all, and I hate this. I can't look this way and speak into the mic. The plaque is our standard county plaque, presented to a very non-standard individual. Presented to Ann Connolly for dedicated and loyal service to the citizens of Tuolumne County, February 8th, 1989 through September 28th, 2019.
Thank you. Thank you, Carl.
Absolutely. And I did say I was going to keep my remarks till right now. So, and I will keep them short because I'm the only thing that stands between us and food. So, and I don't want to get trampled. So, Ann, I have to tell you, as many people know, I've got a pretty varied background, and I've had the good fortune to work with some incredibly talented, gifted, professional people. You, as many as anybody else that I know, personify leadership, vision. I trust you and have trusted you my entire time on this board to run that department, and you've never disappointed me. And I think I can speak for every supervisor that's been up there on the dais during your tenure. I don't care if I can or not, I'm going to. I can't tell you what an incredible individual I think you are, and how much I do respect you. And I did tell Tracy yes, because no matter how good you are, when you serve and give what you've given to this county, you deserve to go into retirement when you want to. So I want to thank you for everything that you've done for this county. And now it's your turn.
So Chairman Roederfer, members of the board, Tracy, Ann Connolly, HSA Director. I told Jim if I start ugly crying, please just film me from the side. So I'd like to thank everyone, the board. I'd like to thank all the speakers. It's just been such a great privilege to work for the county for 30 years and the past 12 as director. And I'd like to thank Craig and Carl for reading the resolution so my daughters finally know what I did in my career. Because for many years, they had no clue. They just know mom goes off to work, but we really don't know what she does. So thank you for explaining that. I want to thank the county agencies and the community partners that HSA works with. Because I'll tell you, this is a job that cannot be done alone. We can't work in silos. And we've had such great partnerships over the years with so many nonprofit, faith-based agencies, the schools, law enforcement, the courts, and people in the private sector. So that's what's made us successful, is knowing where we need to look for expertise and being able to provide the best services to our clients. So I want to really give a shout out to all of the unsung heroes out in the community who work so diligently on behalf of people in need in our community. And I also want to thank my fellow social services directors. I'll tell you, when there are only 58 of you, and I'll just relate one really quick story, that back in 2007, there was a conference in Palm Springs. And if any of you, this is back before the recession, if any of you ever have been up on the tram, what happened was after we had all gone up in the tram, it literally stopped in midair for about 25 minutes. And of course, it was pitch black. It was one of those dark nights. And I remember joking, we all were joking about, it's the tram of death. Every social services director perishes, in Palm Springs. But it was kind of like, those are the fun times you remember. And several of us have vowed never to be on a tram again after that experience. And then, of course, I want to thank my family. All of us, when you work 24/7 or you're on call 24/7, your family understands that, and they know often how to, maybe you never can talk about what your work entails, but they can sense that you might need a pick-me-up or you need something extra. And I want to thank my husband and kids and my mother-in-law, and they've been phenomenal. And then, of course, I wouldn't even be here without staff. So I'm trying to think back, but I have literally worked with hundreds of people over 30 years. I mean, in fact, sometimes it's really embarrassing. You go out in the community and you're like, I think you might have worked for us 20 years ago, and I should know you, but I've kind of forgotten after 20 years. And their names and faces have changed over time. But what has been fantastic is the commitment and the passion that everyone has had towards our mission. And there's nothing like it to have that shared mission to help people in need. And this is really the secret to how you last 30 years. And we, believe it or not, we have a few people on track who might even last 40 years. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. It'd be fantastic. And what we do, a child welfare worker getting up in the middle of the night to place a child in protective custody. You have a behavioral health worker called to the hospital in the middle of the night. Someone might need support, or it's 5150. Public health, dealing with communicable diseases. There's a warming shelter, a cooling shelter. They're there when the community needs it. And I just so respect that about the staff. And of course, I had to have some parting words because I was trying to distill. And I think if you remember that you work on behalf of taxpayers, and you're one of them, you will do the right thing fiscally. And that's really important. And then always be ethical. Look under the rock, even if you really don't want to, because otherwise you'll be spending a lot more time later talking to the grand jury or the media because you didn't pick up the rock. You need to have a thick skin because not everyone is going to believe in your mission. So you must. And stretch your comfort zone throughout your career. You'll be amazed at what you learn and how engaged you stay in your job. And then laugh loud and hard sometimes. Some of the best times I've had have been when we just have a big belly laugh because, it's been such a stressful situation, and it's a great cathartic kind of thing to do. And then have a heart to serve, because that's how we connect as human beings. It's one person at a time, one family at a time. And then please don't jump to conclusions, and please don't judge people, as Robin mentioned. That's really important. And then maintain healthy boundaries. We can never fix people, no matter how much time we put in or how hard we try. We can only help people see what is possible and provide the tools, resources, and encouragement to help them get to their best lives. And that's really been my goal over the years. My work has been a perfect match for me. We just did Strength Finders, and I've intuitively known it for ages, but I love ideas, and I love to see how ideas connect, and I love to see the patterns in ideas. I love to analyze, and as Craig has told me on past occasions, or overanalyze, as the case may be. I love to do strategic decision making, because that's what we get paid to do. Think strategically, get the information, then make the decision. But most of all, I think this career has allowed me to live my core values every day. And that's the only thing that gives our life meaning. It has been a great ride, and I look forward to adding more things to the honey-do list for my husband in retirement. And I really consider myself fortunate spending a career doing something I love. And again, thank you, board. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, everyone that I've worked with. You've been great. Thank you.
So, yeah. So it's not over till it's over. I need a motion and a second on the resolution.
I move that we approve the resolution honoring Ann Connolly.
I will second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Brennan. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? It's 4-0-1 absent with Supervisor Kirk absent. Again, Ann, best wishes to you, and I think we've got something out in the hallway. I'm not really sure. Thanks.
Thank you.
We are going to recess for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30. Not very long. Okay, if I can have your attention, please. I'm going to go ahead and call the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. Would the clerk of the board please read our 1:30 appointment?
Consideration of providing direction to staff regarding the Fire Safety and Community Resilience Initiative.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Liz Peterson, the Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. I have with me our County Assistant Fire Chief, Andy Murphy, who is here to just answer any questions that you may have while I give this presentation. So I'm just going to give your board an update on what we've been doing related to the your priority of fire safety and community resilience. And yeah, I want to highlight, I feel like I say this every time, but I just want to let you all know, and for the public to know too, that while I will be presenting some of the progress that we have been undertaking with the task force that we set up with multiple agencies, stakeholders, there is a lot of other work going on in the community. So while the goals we established kind of as a task force, and this is what we're working on together, some agencies are taking the lead, and we'll talk more about that. But each of the agencies and the stakeholders are all doing their own things too. The goal of fire preparedness, while it's become your board's, it was your board's top priority for the year, it has become a lot of other agencies' priority as well. A lot of agencies, obviously, it has always been their priority, like Tuolumne County Fire. But a lot of other agencies, I think about the schools, I think about some of the agencies that serve our vulnerable populations. They have really put a heavy emphasis this year on fire preparedness as well. So again, I just want to remind you that I will be presenting on some of the specifics that the task force has determined that are their goals and priorities, but again, they are all individually doing a ton of work in the community as well. So the Fire Safety and Community Resilience Task Force continues to meet monthly. We continue to have really enthusiastic participation from our local partner agencies and stakeholders. Anywhere from 30 to 40 people attend every month, and that's again from a variety of partners. We work collaboratively, we engage in accomplishing the vision of fire safety and community resilience through the goals they developed in July. So I'm going to spend just a little bit of time talking about what those are. So as we have talked about a lot, the county's mission here is to provide exceptional services and one of, that create a healthy and safe community, that exercise natural and cultural financial stewardship, promote economic prosperity, enhance quality of life. I know that this is all very familiar to your board, but I want to talk about the task force, the Fire Safety and Community Resilience Task Force. They developed a mission statement too, and their mission statement is that the task force exists to build fire safety and resilience through community collaboration, education, and participation. And then they developed a vision statement as well. And I think this is really important. This really drives the work that the task force is doing collectively as a body, but then also individually as agencies. This is the goal that we hope to get to. And I think it ties right into your board's mission statement. So I just wanted to highlight that the task force envisions a resilient landscape that is less susceptible to catastrophic fire effects. They envision reduced risk to public health and safety, proactive communication with a clear, unified message, safe and orderly evacuations with no loss of life, and public who are educated, prepared, and practicing. So again, everything we do is focused on achieving that goal. So in this staff report, I have attached kind of a little chart that shows a couple months back we talked about the task force identified 6 threats that our communities face. They were very honest that there's way more than 6 threats, but in an effort to kind of wrap our hands around fire safety and community resilience, they chose 6. And out of those threats, we developed goals to try and achieve, and then ultimately a work plan. And so,
can I clarify something on that? Mm-hmm. They really focused on things that we could accomplish today with the resources that we had, knowing that we were going to be looking for additional resources to be tackling the wider breadth of activities.
Yeah, thank you. I've been getting regular updates from the task force at our meetings from the various agencies who are working toward these goals. And so I'm just going to highlight today, again, in the staff report, it shows the progress that is being made toward the various goals, but I want to just take them one by one. So the first threat that we identified was that there are no individualized community plans. So what we felt like was we can develop Firewise communities here in the county. And so as of now, we actually have 3 approved Firewise sites here in the county who are registered with the NFPA. We have 4 more in process. And we've developed a whole program around that. We have grant funds that we can help Firewise communities get started with their mailers or signs or, whatever they may need to get their community up and running. So we have some great informational brochures and all kinds of stuff that we're working on to help communities achieve that goal. Another threat that was identified was the fact that children are often in schools when fire break out. And so what can we do about keeping children safe? And so the superintendent of schools is taking the lead on developing a program for 500 feet of defensible space around each public school. So a total of 19 schools is what they've identified that they want to pursue. The project they have worked with, I know Chief Murphy has been integral in developing that project, and they are in the process of finalizing all of that, and then we'll be applying for grants in the next about month or so to get that work done. Not only will that protect the school itself from a fire, but then those schools could potentially be used as temporary refuge areas as well for the communities, assuming that all of the defensible space work is done and maintained. Another threat that was identified was the narrow road easements that we have and the difficulty for potential need to evacuate. And so we have been working on our roadside brushing project. And as of this point, we have worked on Tuolumne, Cherokee, Ferretti, Priest Culterville, and Phoenix Lake roads. We have done some, not we, our roads crew and CAL FIRE, the baseline crews, have done some excellent work in just clearing the roads, making them clean, making them safe, protecting from fire starts, as well as, yes.
I didn't want you to stop
Protecting
in
from
mid.
fire starts, as well as widening the space that could be used if there was needed to be used as an evacuation.
Okay, so we're clearly not going to do roadside brushing along every road mile, lane mile, or whatever in our county.
Well,
Or maybe we will eventually. My point is that is there a resource somewhere where we are providing to the public the information on those areas that we're prioritizing that we're likely going to get to, and which ones by default we're not going to probably get to? And the reason I say that is homeowners can help us there by doing their own brushing in the right-of-way, okay, next to the road. But if they're waiting for us to come do it, they may not choose to do that. So it's just, again, one of those preemptive kinds of pieces of information out there to the public that, one, will maybe get them to participate with us as part of this, but also then it cuts down the incoming phone calls to the staff and to the board members going, well, why haven't you gotten to our road yet? Well, because it's just not bubbled up on the priority list to where we've had resources to get to it.
sure. Yeah, we could do that. Our roads superintendent works to kind of help prioritize the roads based on other stuff. So the great thing is, like, baseline crews can go in and do the brushing, and then the roads crews can come alongside and do, culvert repair or whatever that really increases efficiency. So there's a little bit of flexibility in there with our roads crews, but certainly we could identify, some locations and maybe tentative timelines or something like that. I think that'd be great. Yeah, we could put that on our county website.
On the roadside clearing, is it okay if I ask a question? Thank you. I want to make sure I was doing the right thing here. Okay. The availability of the baseline crews to the summer, has it been consistent, or are we?
There we go. Yes, with the mild summer that we've had so far, they've been pretty available for what's called grade work or daily work.
Okay, I remember when we started that there was some discussion on whether or not that we'd be able to spend all of the money that we have using the baseline crews because they work so inexpensively. Has there been an idea of possibly looking at contracting some of this work out when we get down to the deadline?
Yeah. So if we ever needed to, so that's definitely a conversation we're having. If we need to, if crews aren't available, that's definitely something that we'll look at. We also, because the work has been so inexpensive, we are in the process of modifying our grant to add more roads. And also if you recall, this grant was kind of half for roadside work, half for defensible space for seniors. And so we've removed some of the funds from the roadside work and added it to the defensible space for seniors program to make that more robust. So, but yeah.
Okay, but the last question on that is, how are we advertising to the seniors that money is available?
Yeah, so we'll be sending out letters to every homeowner in those identified communities,
Okay.
letting them know that we have a program available for seniors or those with access and functional needs. I should mention that too. So not necessarily a senior, but someone who has physical limitations.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We have the sheriff's work crews also, and then we have some other organizations that are going to be, I think, assisting us on that, the senior and residents that are vulnerable populations.
Yep. So moving to the last three of the threats the task force identified, limited ingress and egress options. And so one of the goals was to identify all of those communities who have only one primary ingress egress route. Your board may recall that those were identified in the safety element that your board approved, I believe, 2 meetings ago. So we have those now, and then we are working with TCTC to apply for a grant through Caltrans to develop a plan to prioritize those communities and figure out what exactly is needed in each of those communities to either build a road or improve a road or whatever may be necessary. So the grant will get us the planning document that then we can use to pursue funds, go to the legislature, whatever may be needed. Then the heavy fuels is a significant issue. I know your board is aware. We've been doing a lot of work on that, but one piece I did want to highlight, there's more in the staff report there, but the county received a grant from BLM to activate, you could say, implement the Good Neighbor Authority, which is very similar to the Master Stewardship Agreement, now gives the county authority to do work on BLM lands. And so we will be assisting with this public-private fuel break project that the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council has really been taking the lead on, and that'll be for hazardous fuel reduction work. The grant in particular will be used to do the cultural resource surveys that are needed before you can get on the ground. But this then gives us the Good Neighbor Authority, and then we'll be able to pursue additional funds in the future for the on-the-ground work. And then the last threat is inadequate water infrastructure for fire flow. And this is something that our utility districts are the lead agencies on this issue. And there have been significant water line improvements over the last about 5 years or so, about $28 million in water line improvements. A large part of that is to expand the water lines to make them more adequate for fire flow. And then Ed Pattison, the general manager for TUD, let me know that there is a lot more planned for the very immediate future. So our utility districts are going full on that. So that's an update on the task force, on the goals. I'm now going to move to the Citizen Advisory Committee and just provide your board an update on what we've been doing for that. Let's see here. We met for the first time last month on August 21st. Just as a reminder to your board and the public, these are public meetings, and we'd love to have additional public participation. The committee meets on the third Wednesday of the month at 3:30 here in the board chambers, so our next meeting will be tomorrow. We are working on developing a mission statement, but one thing that the committee said last month was they realized that Tuolumne County citizens will be most affected by fire, but are also our greatest resource for accomplishing our goals. And that really has been the driver for developing their work plan. This is, again, a committee made up of citizens. This is not meant to be agencies or necessarily subject matter experts, although most of the committee members have really good experience with a lot of different fire preparedness type issues. So we worked to discuss needs from their perspective, from a citizen perspective, what does the community need? And then we worked to develop specific projects. So we will be finalizing the work plan tomorrow with the committee, but I do want to have your board's input and thoughts and make sure that we're going in the right direction from your perspective. So this is in the staff report as well. But I just want to quickly go through what they identified as the needs for the community. Now, we need to increase communication to the public about existing projects. That resources that are easily accessible that we need to make resources easily accessible for people who want to make a difference in their community. Community representatives, we want to see community representatives who engage their fellow neighbors. There is a need for volunteers who are trained for an emergency, trained to respond. There's a need for continual community education and engagement, not just a one-time deal or a one-year deal. And then, of course, there's the need for fuels that need to be managed. And so these projects came directly from the committee's brainstorming and their ideas, as well as their expertise. I have assigned a committee member to each one of these projects based on, again, their expertise and what they feel like they can contribute. Again, this committee will be a working committee. The expectation is that they will be doers and not just advising, although they do have some advisory suggestions that we'll get to down the road. So the projects that they identified or that we've identified is that we want to develop a public map that can be on our website that displays all of the current projects going on. We also want to create a web page that describes the resources and programs that are available to residents, and then also include contact information where folks can go to with questions. So whether it's their fire district or Office of Emergency Services or the Sheriff's Office or whatever questions they may need, where can they go? So we'll make it very easily accessible for the community. We want to continue to educate and outreach about the Firewise community concept, and in particular, we want to get it out that this is what we're trying to see more of in the community, and that we have grant funds available to help an interested community get started. We also want to host the Train the Trainer CERT course in Tuolumne County. In order for us to expand our CERT or community emergency response teams here in the county, we have to have program managers, and they have to be trained. And so we need to bring a Train the Trainer course here to Tuolumne County, and we have a really good person on the committee who can help lead that. She also has some ideas just about expanding CERT in general in the community. We also want to develop methods and locations to distribute preparedness information. And so we've talked about hotels and Airbnbs, and maybe with the title companies and real estate agents, and some of those areas that we maybe haven't quite hit yet, as well as one of our committee members is already working to get an ad at the movie theater about general kind of defensible space, Firewise information, some of that stuff. So just looking at other methods that we can distribute information. And then the last one is our fire safe councils really need project managers. There's a lot of funding opportunities, and they have a lot of passion, but they need people who can manage the projects. And so that's one thing that this committee will be taking on, is recruiting additional project managers for the fire safe councils. So that's the update on what we're working on. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, Chief Murphy's here too if you want to have anything from the fire perspective.
Any board questions?
Just a comment, looking at the list of things that you are going after, it's a good list. If you can accomplish what was on that slide, then we'll be really successful. Just a question on the managing of the projects for the Fire Safe Council. What type of expertise are you looking for to manage those projects? Is it construction based? Is it fire based, or what?
I'll take that because I got two of them going in my district. With the project managers, it's somebody who typically lives in the area the project is going to occur. They help with getting all of the right of entry. They go out and talk to that neighborhood about what the project is to garnish support. Because again, if somebody doesn't support that project, then they have to reconfigure it, if you will, if they don't want their parcels included. And so to a large degree, the project managers are kind of the promoter, if you will, within the neighborhood. And so they typically look for somebody that lives in the neighborhood and knows the residents.
And that would be volunteer.
Volunteers, yeah.
Well, actually, there is some funding opportunities available for project managers. Yeah, and that has been an issue in the past with fire safe councils being able to retain their project managers. And they have now some grant funds and other funds that they can actually pay project managers, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of legwork involved.
Yeah.
I just wanted to go back real briefly to the roadside fire fuels reduction. Have you, what's been the response of property owners along the roads that have been treated thus far? Because I know when we were talking about this early on, there was some concern with, a lot of times people will complete their landscaping up to the county right-of-way and then consider the overgrowth on county right-of-way as their hedgerow. And so we're now removing that. Has there been any kind of questions or concerns from residents along the treated roads?
So I haven't heard anything personally. I imagine our roads department probably has. But in just seeing some of the before and after pictures, which I meant to include in this presentation, I'll get that next time. I can't imagine that folks would have complaints. But I'm sure they do. But
exactly.
It looks very good. I just, from like a citizen perspective, I would feel a lot more safe seeing those roads and how they've been cleared. So, but again, I haven't heard any feedback in particular.
Okay. Yeah, and I can attest. I drive the upper portion
Sure.
of Phoenix Lake Road every day, and it just looks great. I mean, I wish my my house looked like that. So,
Get a weed whacker.
yeah, I have one. I just need somebody to run it. Are you volunteering?
No.
Okay.
I'll do yours if you do mine.
Okay.
I got 10 acres.
Okay.
Okay. Public comment.
Well, I think if you want something cleared, all you have to do is call the sheriff. I'm working on my cemetery projects, and he's beating me to everything. So a lot of our cemeteries are getting cleaned up. I think that's really important. And when I'm out passing out information, I'll just pass this on. I go to the doctor's offices, the car repair places, the barbers, and the beauty salons, because people are sitting around waiting and they don't have anything else to do, so I figure they can read whatever it is I'm passing out.
Yeah, this is Daniel Richardson, speaking as a citizen of Twain Harte. Carl, you triggered a nerve when you said, hey, what if we want to have a pile program where the citizens can get out and actually pile up foliage? Can we pick it up? I do know that about 20 years when we first moved into our house in Twain Harte, that the road crews used to go on our road, which is not a major arterial, and they used to actually trim and actually burn off the sides of the roads. And it hasn't been done because we're with a lack of road funding. So they used to get off on the minor streets where the citizens live. But I do know that myself and my kids enjoy trimming the manzanita bushes on the side of our road and some of the pine trees. Just to create clearance. It's the roads are becoming narrower and narrower where you can't have two cars pass simultaneously. It's also a problem for snowplows because they end up hitting the bushes as they go down if they're going to actually clear the entire road. And so if there could be some program set up where, the citizen could say, hey, we're going to have a volunteer program. We go and we're going to trim the bushes on the side of our road, and then the road crews would know, or some other crews would come and pick it up on such and such day. I think that could, be something the neighborhoods may want to participate in. Just a thought.
You might remember, Daniel, because we had a rec grant that actually did that, did some roadside picking up. They sent a dump truck around. They did that for a couple of years, I think, up in the Twain Harte area.
Okay, maybe helpful part of this.
Yeah, that has been a question presented to me a couple times, is that if I can do some extra clearing, can somebody pick up the stuff? A lot of people don't have the resources to a trailer or a truck, but they do have pair of pruning shears and a chainsaw that they're willing to work with. So maybe that's something to look at, possible debris removal if if it can be
Yeah,
done.
that's, so I will draw your attention to the heavy fuels threat. The third one down there of goals is to create a green waste removal / pickup program for public
Okay.
use. And we've been brainstorming how we can best, because we do have vouchers that are available through our ag department, but the issue with that is, and you have to get the stuff to the facility, and so how can we create a more like pickup, where the road crews can come along or somebody. So that's definitely something that we want to pursue. Yeah.
Okay. Any other public comment? Final shots by the board at all? Thank you.
Thank you.
Will the clerk of the board please read our item number 15?
This is consideration of approving amendment number 1 to the agreement for professional services with CTS for special testing and inspection services for the Sheriff J.H. Jack Danbacker Detention Center.
Mosey.
Hey, good afternoon. As your board is aware, as we commenced construction on the jail project, a third-party testing firm was needed to assist us in all special testing that was required. Through an RFP process, the county hired CTS for those services, and we awarded a contract in the amount of $241,174 to them to do this work. Since that time, as you know, we're about 75% complete with the project. But with as you heard this morning, with construction comes so much fun stuff. One of them was weather delays. And with that, we were supposed to be done the original schedule when we went out for the RFPs, both for this item for special testing and for the next one that's going to follow for construction management firms. We expected to be done with the jail project in October. So those two contracts that are before you today, that was the estimated ending time. So we need to extend both of those contracts. So for CTS, we're looking at extending their contract for the remainder of the project. Plus, there was two different special inspections that we needed them, or studies that we needed to do in relation to the project. So with that, there is an amendment being proposed for their contract in the amount of $132,959.57. As I mentioned, the change in scope is mostly due to weather delays. There is an additional field testing services that are required, offset testing and inspections, testing and engineering, and then, of course, administrative cost. The revised contract, if this amendment is approved, will be $374,133, and, of course, the 57 cents. The additional amount for this amendment is budgeted for, and it's contained in your capital budget line item. If both the CTS and the next item, which is the Moss Construction Management contract, both of those amendments are approved, we will have spent $760,584 of our contingencies, or about 38%. This amendment has been reviewed and approved by County Council, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? It's 401 with Supervisor Kirk absent. Will the clerk of the board please read item 16?
Consideration of approving an amendment number 1 to the agreement for professional services with Moss Construction Management for management services of the Sheriff's J.H. Danbacker Detention Center.
Okay, so this item before you is pretty similar to the item that you just heard. When we awarded the contract for the jail construction, we needed a construction management firm to assist in all activities related to construction management. This was given through an RFP process to Moss Construction Management. And on your memo, we just outlined outlined some of the areas that they needed to cover for us and duties and expectations from them. The Phase 2 agreement with Moss was a little over $1.3 million and was estimated to be completed November 2019 with limited staff on site in the months of October and November as we were winding down the project in our original schedule. Again, due to mostly weather concerns and delays in the project, we now have to increase that scope of work to the end of the project, in which we're estimating to be probably the end of the January, with punch listed items or additional paperwork maybe needed some time in the month of February. So with that, working with Moss Construction Management, they have given us a proposal to complete the project to the end of the term. The amendment is for $250,944. And with that, there was a mistake in your memo that you have, and I apologize greatly for that. If we approve this amendment today, the total amount of the contract will not be the $1.5 million that's listed in your memo. It'll be $1,606 and $1,606,098. Just so you know. So the total amount of the amendment is just that $250,944. Again, as I mentioned before, the project is about 75% complete. And if this is approved, then as I said earlier, we will have spent $760,584 of your construction contingencies, or 38% of your contingencies at this point in time. So okay. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, public comment? Bring it back to the board. Did you want to make a comment? Please.
Sorry.
Just a quick question. How many hours will they be on site?
Oh my God, no. Sorry. It's okay. I have it. Um, 1,783 hours. So it's going to be it's a sliding scale. So for the month of September, it's a total of, this is in your package. You probably have it better than I do on this piece of paper. 200 and I can't read it. 200 and something hours on my copy. 255 in the month of October. 229 in November. Then it starts dropping off to 100. I think that's 56. Then in the month of January, it's 76. Then in February, it's 60 hours. And then in the month of March, if needed, it's 48 hours. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else from the public? Bring it back to the board.
Yeah, I just have one question. So the 38% of contingencies is this change order plus the previous one you just talked about, combined is 38?
That's correct, because I didn't know which item you would be hearing first, so the board memo included, each board memo included the 38% in it.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's right.
You're not being presumptuous, so that's good. So, and then you said the project is
75% complete.
75% complete, okay. Just in your experience, do change orders tend to increase as the project gets closer to completion, or do they?
They'll tend to decrease as we go forward. Okay. Now, you need to know there's one large one coming up, and it's in regards to the intake area for our jail. There was some discrepancy between the clients, the sheriff's office, and the architects in regards to the electrifying of the doors, being able to have those electronically opened and closed. There's material from both the client and from the architects that had differing things, and the way it was designed was to be keyed opening. That's not what we wanted. And so we need to do a change order on that one, and that'll probably be your biggest change order coming up. Okay. I don't know what the magnitude is yet because we don't have a total solution yet. But overall, your change orders will start getting smaller because the big stuff is in right now. So you're getting to the interior of the building, you're getting into finishes and fixtures and things like that, and there's not that many changes.
Okay. And then what was the figure again? It was 1 point? 6-7 million, but it was
Yeah,
1 million.
so the change
600.
now, the total contract for Moss Construction for the whole project will be $1,606,098.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, looking for a motion?
Supervisor Rutherford, can I just
Yes.
clarify? The amendment then will reflect that amount since it doesn't.
Yes,
currently right
the clerk of the board has the newest one.
now? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so I move we approve amendment number 1 to the agreement for professional services for Moss Management in the amount of $1,606,098.
Do I have a second?
Correct.
The wrong amount.
The amendment is not for that amount, just the total contract will not exceed that amount. So the amendment is the 250,000. Yeah,
In the amount of $250,944.
that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Campbell, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Again, 401 with Supervisor Kirk absent. Please read item number 17.
Consideration of providing staff direction on various revenue options to pursue in order to stabilize and enhance the county fire service.
Sorry. So, good afternoon, supervisors. Chief Murphy, Liz Peterson, and I are here before you to give you a short report on county fire, the service needs, and revenue options. This report is the result of information contained in your matrix study regarding the financial sustainability of not only county fire, but the whole fire system in the county. Also, this fiscal year, as you just heard this morning, the county fire usually gets somewhere around $450,000 in general fund transfers. But this year, that wasn't enough to close the gap on the county fire budget. On August 6th, staff came before you to report on revenue options to stabilize county fire services. Upon conclusion of that report, your board asked to form an ad hoc committee consisting of Supervisor Gray, Supervisor Campbell, Chief Murphy, Sarah Creel, Carolyn Dribdahl, Liz Peterson, and myself. The ad hoc committee met on September 4th and provided good advice to staff, which has been incorporated into this report and which we'll present to you today. So in a report to you, we won't go through everything in the staff report, but what we want to do as far as an overview is tell you a little bit about the problem. We want to talk about how this problem has impacted the services that County Fire is providing. We want to talk about the Tuolumne County Fire's service goals to our community, and then really explore some of the options that exist in regards to revenues and what the staff will then eventually recommend to you. And then talk about how, if we choose any of these revenue options, how that'll help achieve our service goal. So with this, the problem as we have described to you is really funding challenges. It used to be that the $450,000 general fund contribution into county fire would cover the cost and to be able to adequately fund all the various line items within county fire. And that's just not happening anymore. We look at the property tax and other revenues within the county fire budget, and they're not keeping pace with the cost of providing the very basic type of county fire services in our community. As you've seen and as you rightfully acknowledged this morning, Chief Murphy has been very, very aggressive in looking for and obtaining grants on the behalf of not only county fire, but also some of our other supporting fire districts within the county, because we're only as strong as all of us put together, as you know. The the biggest revenue that we have in the county fire budget is our state fire reimbursement. And unfortunately, when the state of California is on fire, we will make some significant revenues in that situation about renting out our equipment and our personnel going to fight and assist other communities with their fires. For years like this one, which we're very fortunate in, it's been very quiet in the state of California in regards to fires up and down the state. Well, in those years, that revenue, thank you. In those years, we don't get a lot of money or a lot of revenue that we usually count on for the county fire budget. And quite frankly, over the years, working with Chief Murphy and Chief White, they'll tell you that's no way to really have a sustainable county fire budget. Then we look at across the board, increases in expenses, our self-contained breathing apparatus, the special equipment, the clothing that's required to keep our firefighters safe. All of that, we've done a lot of great work over the years to recruit and try to retain volunteers, but that costs a lot of money in regards to supplying them with the needed equipment, making sure they have the training, make sure they have the resources and tools, and all those costs continue to go up. When we look at the demands for services, just like we saw through the Matrix study, there is significant amounts of increase a request from our community for EMS or medical calls that County Fire goes on. We look at the natural disaster responses and the increased potential. So when we do have incidents, especially in relation to fire, they're more intense and they're more resource driven, and so it takes a lot out of us. We're doing a lot more technical rescues, and then the community. The community is very aware, as we've seen through the meetings we've had with the state insurance commissioner, with the work that Liz and Supervisors or Brennan are doing as far as trying to create fire safe and wise communities. And so the expectations a lot of our citizens we're not able to meet right now. And that's not a place where we want to be. We want to try to accommodate and get to their goals and what they expect from fire services.
All right. Again, Andy Murphy, Assistant Chief with the County Fire Department. A couple of things I wanted to tie in with what Mo was speaking on the previous slide and talking about EMS delivery increase. And so the CAL FIRE Emergency Command Center in San Andreas, which dispatches all the first responder agencies in Tuolumne and Calaveras County, had a new CAD system, a computer-aided dispatch system installed in 2006. So we got some statistics back to 2006. In that period of time, medical calls for Tuolumne County Fire Department have increased 68%. So that's just an example. When we talk about EMS delivery, that demand for assistance that in supporting our community and meeting their expectations in that period of time in 13 years has gone up. And that's from 2006 to 2018, 68%, which is, I can tell you real quick here, from 3,700 calls in 2006 for medical to, I'm sorry, wrong one, 2,500 calls in 2006 to over 4,300 calls in 2018, just for EMS, emergency medical responses. And then speaking real briefly on the fire reimbursement, is for state and federal fire reimbursement. It also comes in with local agreements that we have with the local unit for leasing the equipment for CAL FIRE staff to get on as well. And that over the last 10 years is about $3 million in return, with the highest year being $585,000 just a couple of years ago to the lowest year 9 years ago to $24,000. So you can see it's variable, and it's difficult to count on when you don't know, especially with fortunate seasons like this year. into the slide, and how does this problem impact the services we provide? So we talk about the demand, the inability to meet the demands for the community with existing funding. I better put my glasses on here. There we go. And what that means is today's community, or the community of today, demands more services. And so that has increased. Also, of course, even with population, people becoming more and more aware of the fire department, and that the fire department, in some minds, is the answer for everything, except law enforcement. So at times we get calls that maybe aren't emergent, and then so that delays calls that are emergent because our resources are thin. So longer response times. And of course, very minimal staffing with a decrease in volunteers through the years. Increased call volume. So in that same period of time, I mentioned 2006 to 2018, total calls have gone up 51%. And then we talk about, and I spoke already on insufficient staffing levels, which not just per engine, but also in where the engines are responding from, which adds to an increased potential loss of life and property. And also with the funding that this impacts, the funding impacts the services we provide, has resulted in minimal fire prevention, inspection, and education programs. So that doesn't mean we don't do them. We get out to the community as much as we can as far as education and outreach, and then also we do mandated inspections and also complaint-driven inspections, which we'll touch more on. And then we speak about unreliable equipment, and that we have a great fleet management program. But equipment, the average age is 23 years for just our fire engines. So what that means is parts start to become difficult to obtain. Stuff becomes breaking down more frequently, and then not to mention the safety differences in between the time that they were purchased and today's advances in safety. So we're going to speak a little bit about the goals of the fire service, and really, it's pretty simple. It's reduce loss to life and property. I'll let that sink in for a minute. Reduce loss to life and property. And there are a few ways we can do that. Reduce number and intensity of fires. That's fire prevention. Adequate staffing levels to meet service expectations from the community. That means when fires or emergencies do happen, we have the personnel and the resources to respond. And that ties into the next one. Fleet and specialized equipment and infrastructure that meets standards as well as the current and future needs of the community. The engines, the jaws of life, the ropes, the personal protective equipment, and the fire stations and facilities to respond and to meet the needs. And there will be a theme throughout this as well as not just the current needs and the gaps that we currently have, but also planning for the future.
So how can we achieve these? Oh, sorry. How can we achieve these goals? So what, as the three of us got together and really looked at all the possibilities in regards to revenue options for your board to consider. The first one is our growth in government expenditures and revenue fees, or what we refer to as Geiger fees. These are fees to ensure that the services that we will have services in place to be able to meet the new demands of development. There's also user fees for services, so charges on various items to be able to provide basic services, and those costs will be based on a fee study. Then we also have, as we talked about earlier, grants and sale of assets, one-time funds to upgrade specialized equipment, et cetera. So, for example, we do have as far as assets, we have a fire station out in the Jacksonville area that is basically just a warehouse. It's been a warehouse in the 24 years I've been here. It's never been a fire station. And that's something that Andy and Chief White and I have talked about, it's something that maybe we need to look at as far as getting rid of and selling and putting the money from that into good use on things that we need. We've also in the past talked to your board about a benefit assessment or a parcel tax, and that's a tax or fee that's leveled annually per parcel to provide some stabilized funding for the county fire. And then, of course, there's multitude of other type of revenue options with that.
Okay, so looking at Tuolumne County Fire in particular, and being able to begin to achieve the goals that Chief Murphy mentioned, where we would like to see ourselves in the future. We have a handful of options that we've explored. I just want to let your board know that we have worked with county council to determine what's legal and then the process that we would need to undergo. So I'm going to give you some options, and then I'm going to give you our recommendations for the immediate that your board can pursue in the immediate future. So some options, like Mo mentioned, there's Geiger fees. We have those currently. They are assessed on a property type. And they could be, there's a variety of options on how you want to assess it, the service area, et cetera. There's also business license with fire code and life safety inspection fees. I can let Chief Murphy speak about this, but this is essentially, we've put these two together, and I know your board has heard this before, but we conduct fire code inspections on certain occupancies annually and on new development. But so we could potentially add in all businesses and all occupancies if we wanted to, or some, or any combination that your board is interested in. Let's see here. Yeah, I missed a slide here. Sorry. Yeah, got a little ambitious. There's also a first responder fee, and this would be a fee that would be assessed for non-residents for medical calls, the medical calls that Chief Murphy was referring to. There's also false fire alarm fees, and this is something that would be assessed a user fee, and this would be the cost for fire services to come to respond to a false alarm. We just had one of those recently, yesterday, I believe, and the sheriff's office does currently charge for these as well, so it would be consistent with that. Then there's public assist call fees is what we're calling it. And this would be just the cost recovery. This is not about revenue generation necessarily, but it's recovering the cost to respond to anybody, really. But you'll see in our recommendation that we're looking for potentially a subset. And this could be a cost recovery for emergency calls or cost recovery for some of these non-emergency calls that fire responds to. Okay, so our recommendations, and this is what we're looking for your direction on today. We are looking for your board to consider adjusting the Geiger fees. Currently, Geiger fees are assessed on residential properties only. And so we're looking at maybe expanding those to commercial, industrial, multifamily, like apartment complexes and residential care facilities. Again, this is looking forward to future growth and development, future impacts on services. That's what Geiger fees are about. And that's really the concern of fire being able to grow with the future demands. We also are recommending that those be applied to the entire unincorporated area of Tuolumne County. This would require a Geiger fee study, but we could see potential revenue in the range of $75,000 a year or so. Obviously, it depends on what kind of development we have, but it would require, like I said, a Geiger study. So if your board's interested in that, we can pursue that. We are also recommending that your board implement business licenses. Those would be for all businesses annually. In the staff report that's attached to this packet here, we have some examples of other counties who do business licenses, and the fee itself would be the administrative time, and potentially we would add in the cost of one inspection, fire inspection, to that business license fee. And so they would sort of, like Supervisor Campbell said, they could get their license and get a free inspection too. So, and then any additional inspections they would need, we would then create a fee for that as well. Follow-up inspections, those kinds of things. The business license would be likely run out of the Auditor Controller's office. And so we would have to develop procedures for that and do a fee study to develop the license fee. Along with that, we would add a fire code and life safety inspections program, but then also associate a fee with it. So again, as I mentioned, we currently do inspections for certain occupancies that are required by the state and for new development as well. And we don't recover any costs for that. So we would see some cost recovery that we're currently putting out, but then this would really, and we'll get a little bit more into about what this would mean service-wise, but our recommendation is that your board require all businesses and all occupancies, all business occupancies, receive a fire code and life safety inspection per year. We're also recommending that your board institute false fire alarm fees, again, very consistent with false burglar fees that the sheriff's office has. Oh, yeah, I just want to mention, and I think your board is aware, but, the business license information, that's really important information that is critical for our emergency personnel and first responders, but also all kinds of other departments will benefit from having that information. We don't right now know how many businesses we have, what types of businesses, so this is going to be good information that we can use countywide. And then for future, there are other options out there, and we would like to look into some other potential revenue enhancement options. We're committed to continuing to explore other options. And then, of course, as we hear of things or develop things, we'll bring those back to your board at a later date.
Again, just a note on the previous slides is none of those suggestions are groundbreaking or earth-shattering or not done in other jurisdictions, but they are giant leaps forward in providing for the revenue or the funds to do the fire inspections and to protect from the loss of life and property to fire and to respond more appropriately or more timely to emergency medical calls and other type calls. So how would this change the services we're able to provide? I touched on it a little bit right there. I'll go into it a little bit more. So immediate revenue enhancements. So having the program, the Fire Code and Life Safety Inspection Program with the associated business license fees would provide for an enhanced prevention, inspection, and education programs to reduce life and property loss. So as most fire departments, and we do as well, start with kindergarten and pre-K. Doing education programs, and we're reaching out and we're getting ready to be at the senior fair, start to finish, educating about fire preventing the fires from starting. And then, of course, as Liz mentioned, some one-time increases based on the developments and what development comes through for the impacts that those projects will have on fire services. But there will be remaining service gaps. This plan, while it's giant leaps forward, is reactive rather than proactive. There's no change in response times or staffing levels. We're dealing with education, prevention, education, and some one-time funding, but the long-term solutions aren't there. The inability to address increasing demands for services, as you see the trend up 51% in 12 years, it's going to keep rising. This will not likely enhance consolidation discussions, something that's been brought up here at board meetings before. And then the fire stations will continue to deteriorate with not sufficient funding for replacement or building new ones. And then the vehicle replacement schedule will not keep pace with the aging fleet, as we've talked about many times. So looking ahead, the ability to plan, our goals are the ability to plan for the future growth and needs of the community. And this also includes implementing a replacement schedule for fleet, facilities, and specialized equipment. What services would this revenue get us? This would put us on the path to preventing fires and providing education and to respond to fires and emergencies when they occur by reducing response times to match industry standards, replacement and building of new fire stations as communities expand. And we've talked about the Jamestown Station before in a temporary building for 10 years. Increased staffing. And that is not just career staffing, that includes volunteer staffing and having the funds to properly support and retain them. Greater ability to recruit and retain volunteers. With proper funding, it may increase the likelihood of consolidation. And the fire engine replacement schedule could increase to 2 or 3 per year. And also increase prevention and education programs in the community.
So basically, in a nutshell, that is our presentation to you. We know we've given you a lot to think about. There are some long-term needs, and we know those won't be solved today, but there's some very short-term staff recommendations that we gave you that we think as staff we can go through and implement, and so that's what Liz just put up on the screen. So, you know, a little bit harder would be the adjustment of the Geiger fees to include, as we mentioned, the commercial and industrial and multifamily, meaning like apartment complexes. So that would be something that we can consider. The other one for sure is the business license fee, and then coupled with that is the fire code and life safety inspections. Although these do not bring in a whole bunch of revenue, as Chief Murphy said, it starts us on that path of continuing to be a little more proactive in our community, and a little more attentive to preventative measures to make sure that our businesses, the customers that go to those businesses are safe. And those are the things. The false alarms are the other one. Those are the 3 or 4 recommendations staff has for you today.
Okay. Can I get public comment?
Well, my only comment has to deal with the number of residential facilities and senior housing we have that call you to come and pick up people off the floor. And you do that at no charge, and it's a considerable number a year. And that to me seems like, although your staff's really great, but what a waste of your time. And in those facilities, they make all this equipment now so you can pick up people off the floor. And I think they should be more self-sufficient, or you should charge them a bundle for that.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay, you're looking for direction? Okay. Board?
I had a question first. On one of the slides, you said that some of these measures you were listing some of the impacts that they would not have. And one of them was it wouldn't advance the discussion about consolidation. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. Through the matrix study and working with the fire chiefs, it was amazing when we first started the process of that study and in the beginning, and then the conversations that we were having as a group at the end. There was a lot of, towards the end of the project, there was a great deal of willingness to explore the opportunities of consolidation. Some of the things that Chief White and Chief Murphy and I heard was we would be interested in talking to the county further about some of those consolidations, but County Fire needs to be financially stable. We would be interested in working with you, but in order to bring maybe one of the fire districts in, if that was something that both parties wanted to do, we need additional funds to be able to make that merger or that consolidation into reality. Currently, the county fire budget is although extremely, I think staff is appreciative of being able to buy a fire engine, and we were able, with the increase in general fund, get some more in clothing and some of the small tools. It still is very basic, very bare bones. Yeah. And so there was no opportunity right now in the current status of the budget to be able to look and talking to some of the fire districts about bring them into county fire and being able to have any money to make that merger happen.
So by, discussing some of these measures here, we're helping that consolidation get closer to becoming a reality.
With these recommendations, as three of us have noted, they don't bring in a lot of money. We're taking a baby step towards that. I wouldn't say it's a large step. It's a baby step towards that.
Yeah, and that's kind of my view on a lot of what's been discussed here is that, none of this is really about revenue generation. It's more recovering some of the costs that we're already incurring and that for the services that we already provide. And I don't think none of it sounds unreasonable to me. I don't know.
Okay. Supervisor Gray, you had something?
Yeah, having had the pleasure of sitting on the committee and looking at all of the different possibilities up here, what the staff is recommending seems like a starting point. It's not the answer, but if we can start with this, I think that we can proceed maybe later on with some other things that may help solve the problem a little bit better. But we need to start with something, and I think this is a good recommendation.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah. So on the fire code and life safety inspection fees, all business occupancies annually. So if a business does not, say they're a business, I don't know, equipment operator or something, then they don't have a brick and mortar occupancy site. Okay. So they would do a business license, and then there would not be anything really.
Right.
There would be nothing where the general public is going into their place of business.
Right. So the fire and code life safety inspection would be based on the type of occupancy that the business is working from. So if there's not an occupancy, it wouldn't be required.
Okay. So I'm okay with all of those. You're just looking for guidance right now to go put a package together. Okay? I would go put a package together. Is that the consensus of the board? Okay. You got it. Thank you very much. And would the clerk of the board please read our well, there's actually two of them. The 230 and item 21.
We have people waiting for.
Okay, these are both closed sessions. So the 230 is closed session conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, authority, government code section 549569D1, Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center versus County of Tuolumne, Tuolumne County Superior Court case number CV 62142. And the other closed session is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, authority, government code section 54956.9D, and that is D2, and it's one case.
Okay, public comment on either one of those closed session items? Okay, seeing none, we are going to recess into closed session. Do we anticipate reporting out? Okay, we will be back and complete our agenda when we're done with the closed sessions. report.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rotifer and members of the board and staff colleagues. My name is Dave Ruby. I'm a civil engineer with the CRA Engineering Department, and I've been serving as the project manager for the landslide repair projects that were caused by the 2017 atmospheric river storms in early 2017, January and February. And what brings me here today is some of our consultant contract for those projects. As you may recall, those storms hit in January and February 2017 and caught us all kind of flat-footed. And your CRA engineering team, led by Tanya Sanguinetti-Allen, is a small team of superstar engineers, but we were overwhelmed by the projects that came in. So with your board's permission, back in 2017, we got some backup in the form of some consultants to help us with the engineering to deliver these projects and get them constructed. So they've been serving as an extension of county staff, more or less. And we had a total of 2 firms selected. One firm was assigned all the landslide projects, and that firm is Cal Engineering and Geology of Walnut Creek. When we originally got them under contract, we thought a contract in the amount of not to exceed $500,000 would be sufficient for all of the landslide projects, for the preliminary engineering as well as the what we consider construction engineering, which is the delivery of the projects during construction, including any testing, any construction management, any inspection. And we issued task orders for them based on preliminary estimates of what they felt, without having a final design at that point in time, of what the projects would take to complete. At this point in time, they've finally got their final designs finished, and we have a much clearer idea of what those projects entail. And we've already started construction on the Marshes Flat project, and it's well into its construction phase, and it's taken a lot more work than we ever anticipated when we began the conversation with this consultant. We're now in the possession of some more precise cost estimates for the actual work. We actually have finished bid documents. We've put these projects out to bid, and it's been evident that the work involved is a lot greater, and their portion of the work is much greater, and actually looks like it will be well beyond the initial $500,000. So what I'm bringing you today is a bit of a chicken and an egg scenario, where we had issued task orders based on the preliminary engineering and construction engineering estimates at the beginning of the project that looked like it was going to tally up less than $500,000 in a contract not to exceed $500,000. And now we see that, okay, it's going to be more than $500,000 all said and done. So we're asking for you to approve this agreement amendment, which increases the total contract amount to $716,000 for all the work in and out, and also increases the cap on each of the task orders to accurately reflect what we now know to be a much more precise construction cost estimate and number of working days in each of these projects that they'll be covering as the construction managers.
Okay, so to clarify, the total amount is going to be not to exceed 716. So we're looking at a potential increase of 216. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And it should be borne in mind that with the budget that your board passed this morning, those costs have already been allocated to those projects accordingly. It's there. And also it should be borne in mind that although the county does have to front those costs initially, we'll be reimbursed almost all but 6.25% of all those costs via FEMA and Cal OES.
Okay, thank you. Public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
I'd be happy to move on staff recommendation, and knowing that it's not coming out of the general fund, and there are some projects I'd like to see get done. So I hope that we are working on maybe Priest Cultival Road and those washouts and other.
Are those in District 4?
Just happen to be. All right, thank you. That was my motion.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. It's 401 with Supervisor Kirk absent. Would the clerk of the board please read item number 19?
Consideration of providing direction on county hall rental fees and policies.
Good afternoon. Daniel Richardson, General Services Agency Director, here with me as Eric Aitken, Recreation Manager. Today's item is for discussion and to receive direction. There's no actual action that the board is being asked to take. We're here to present on the rental of community halls, meeting rooms, and outdoor spaces. Part of the budget that was adopted today included some fee increases related to recreation fees and also the rental of rooms. And so this is the first of that, the rental of rooms and outdoor meeting spaces. So the three items we need to address today are the use of the board chambers here and the Emergency Operations Center at Stryker Court. The second item is the costs and the fees relating to renting the community halls. And the third is determining which types of organizations should pay to rent these facilities. So we talk about, what are the facilities? We're talking the Jamestown Community Hall, the Groveland Community Hall, Tuolumne County Museum Courtyard, the Sonora Library Meeting Room, the Sonora Youth Center, Pinecrest Community Hall, Tuolumne Memorial Hall, Courthouse Park, and there could be others that would be added to this list over time. But these are the initial ones that we're talking about. In the past, we've had various groups talking about the Board of Supervisors chambers here and the Emergency Operations Center. We've had various groups who have come and they've used these facilities and they've benefited from the use of this. Due to security, when they come and they use these facilities, it's usually after hours. When staff is not here, there's nobody in the building, and a key is granted to them. And sometimes, most of the time is locked up, but not all the time is the building locked up. And so we have some security concerns with renting out the board chambers as well as the Emergency Operations Center to outside organizations. And so we're seeking direction today. Our recommendation is that we limit rental of these rooms, the Board of Supervisors chambers and the Emergency Operations Center, for government meetings only, meaning federal, state, local, and tribal governments. There's been significant technology investments made in both of these facilities. You can look around, you can see those. The Emergency Operations Center particularly, we just spent several $1,000s in upgrading the facilities, making sure that they can work. When we do have a real emergency like the rim fire, we need to make sure everything functions accordingly. And sometimes things are changed unknowns to us. And so that's our initial recommendation, but today we are seeking your thoughts as well as the public thoughts on limiting the use of these buildings to government only. And speaking about the fees now, unless you want to address the rental of these facilities and then we can move on, or you want to discuss them all at the end?
We can talk about the first part.
Okay.
We'll just go through them part by part.
Okay.
And then we'll open it up to public comment after we get through all of them. I understand the EOC and why we don't want non-government agencies using that. That makes sense to me. And I understand this facility after hours. Is there a compelling reason to preclude non-government agencies from using this facility on an as-available basis during normal government hours? Or is...
I mean, that's something, obviously this building, this facility is used for meetings, for staff meetings, but that would be something that I know that the Board of Supervisors and the County Administrator's Office, they schedule it and they could talk to...
Go ahead.
...ability.
Yeah, you and I discussed this previously. I don't see the major concern with this building in the EOC, this building specifically, is the safety and security. And we've talked about that. So if it's during business hours and it's available, they can schedule with, there's several of us who have access to that calendar. I don't see any reason why they couldn't come in during business hours. It's the after hours when the doors don't get locked. There have been people that have been in the stairwell or in the restrooms, and so it's a safety issue that's after hours.
I've actually had an encounter or two. So I would offer that comment is we might want to think about whether we would allow non-government agencies access during normal government hours. The EOC, we just can't not have some piece of equipment over there not work if when we need it in an emergency. So my personal preference is leave that off limits at all times for non-government agencies. Other board comments?
I would agree. I've left this office late and a number of times over the last number of years, and have had run into some people that are using the bathroom and probably shouldn't have been here, and I don't know why they were up using the bathroom on the 4th floor when there's one on the bottom floor, but makes you feel a little bit uneasy after hours that somebody can just be here when the door it wasn't locked properly.
Okay. Number 2.
Okay, I'll turn that over to Eric Gate, and we'll talk about fees.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had some comments on that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I thought you said number 2 as in District 2.
No.
So I thought, hey, that's a cool new nickname. Yeah, I'm with you 100% on the EOC is paid for with health and safety dollars. It should be used for that purpose. I do think that this chamber is the people's chamber, and we should try to find a way to operate it after hours. I mean, what would it take to do that? I mean,
it'd take a staff. It'd take a staff handholder to stay, because right now what happens is we've been giving out the key, and I know I've gone out several times. I've never actually found the door unlocked, although it has been unlocked at times when it should have been locked. But what I found is the switch is in the wrong position, and that main door is a public access door and ADA and all of that stuff. And if that switch is in the wrong position, it can burn out the mechanism, and we're going to have a repair cost. I think it's too hard to do after hours. I agree with you. It's a public
and I understand the reasons to not do it, but we have to weigh, the public's access to these facilities with what's the risk we're running.
Well,
do you know how many groups do hold meetings in this room after hours monthly?
I'm aware of 3 or 4.
3 or
groups.
4.
Alicia would know exactly, but
so they would need to find a new location,
or do it during normal hours.
Or hold it. Okay.
Not kicking them out, just.
And honestly, the thing that worries me more than the doors is what John was talking about. We have staff that comes and goes at odd hours for personal reasons, whatever. They left something in their office or whatever. And somebody is in here that shouldn't be.
Yeah.
That's a pretty significant liability to the county if something bad happens.
Okay. And it's not my intention to nitpick or find little things to argue over, but if a group started at 4 o'clock and the meeting ran late, everybody would have to pick up and be out of the building by 5 o'clock.
Not necessarily. It would work, in my mind, it would work very much like our staff.
Mm-hmm.
You can get out of the building with the door locked.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. See, that I could agree to that if we can make a provision for people that are where they can access the building during business hours, and then the meeting can go until it's over. So, okay. Thanks.
Press on.
Eric Aiken, Recreation Manager. So the next thing we're going to look at is a fee to to charge. So in working with the county administrator's office, we came up with some criteria on some of the costs that we needed to recover. And those are listed being the cleaning of the facility, so housekeeping, getting in and doing the cleaning, removing trash after these events, facility maintenance, so repairs to the facility, whether it's AC units not working or broken equipment that needs to be repaired. There's also an overhead and supervision cost for staff to make these reservations and track them and make sure they have all the proper paperwork and things in. And then the last one that we came up with was capital costs, so recovering some of the costs to replace a roof, replace a floor, replace equipment in the kitchen. So the way we looked at that, the capital cost was we came up with, in working with facilities management, what those costs were for each of those facilities, and then what was the lifespan. So if it's a $150,000 roof, but that roof's anticipated to last for 30 years, we amortize that out over the 30 years to come up with a capital cost that could be established on a per hour basis. So we have a few different types of meeting spaces. We have our outdoor meeting spaces. We have our meeting rooms, and then we have community halls that have kitchens. So we came up with basically the use that we currently have at the facilities, and then also taking the cost that we got from facilities management on what it took them to maintain these facilities to come up with an hourly rate. So your board has two options, or actually I guess it would be more than two options, but one of the things we can do is we can charge the full recovery rate, 100%, which that is what that hourly cost on your table there would be. Or we could charge something below whatever that cost was. We have in there right now for the community halls and meeting rooms of $25 an hour, and that includes all of those fees that we talked about before. And then the outdoor meeting spaces would come in at about $12 an hour. Currently, the county does not charge nonprofit groups. They use the facilities for free. We are proposing that everybody pays a fee, whether they all pay the same or nonprofits receive some sort of discount. In doing a market comparison, we were the only organization that I could find that actually provided the facilities to nonprofits for free. Most of them provided some sort of discount, or they did pay the same rate as everybody else. So that's something that we're looking for direction from your board as to who's going to pay and at what percentage. Are they all going to pay the same, or are different groups going to receive discounts? We're also proposing that governmental agencies would be able to use these facilities at no charge. So like a lot of the meetings that we've heard about earlier today, the fire safety meetings and those sorts of things run by government agencies would be able to use these halls in the different communities at no cost. So one of the things that we're going to have to do is once we receive direction from your board, we're going to have to come back at a later date with a fee study, which will then ask your board to adopt a fee for each of these facilities. Along with that is we will need to also come back with modified policies. The current policies that we're working under are from 1989 and haven't been revised since, so they're quite old and antiquated. So there's a lot of things that we're looking at. We've been working closely with County Council and the risk manager to come up with what those new policies are going to look like, what sort of requirements we're going to have when it comes to insurance and things like that. So we'll be coming back at a later date with a fee study for your board to make a decision on those policies as well as the fees that we're proposing. So with that, if you guys have any questions.
A question. Yeah, so I'm wondering on some of the nonprofits, especially those nonprofits that do volunteer services for the county that are very important. They raise funds and they put almost all of those funds back into the volunteer services that they're providing. I would say FOAC is one. And, if they needed a space to do either a fundraising activity or that is actually benefiting the county, I don't feel comfortable charging them for that space. And I can think of a few nonprofits that we have, like I said, that are made up of volunteers that are actually benefiting the county.
Friends of the Library would
Friends
be
of
a
the
good.
Library, another one, right. You know, the folks that are working at the museum. I can think of, a number. So I draw a distinction there because the funds they're raising are actually going back and supporting our county services.
So we actually had a recommendation for that. So when it is actually specifically for a county department, the county department could actually schedule that meeting. So Friends of the Library, for example, who does a ton of fundraising specifically for the library could actually book that room on their behalf.
So FOAC
So
would
FOAC
have to
with
work
animal
through the
control.
animal control office.
Correct.
They would have to work through the entity that they're associated with.
And often they're using the Humane Society's big conference room.
I
So
was
that's
thinking
when
more if they were going to do a
Yes.
fundraiser or something specific and they needed a facility.
Yeah, if it's actually benefiting the county department because they exist because of the county department, what we talked about was that county department making the reservation then.
John?
Yeah, there's a lot of activity at Groveland Community Hall. I'll use Kiwanis as an example. They have a bingo night there, and I would guess that at $25 an hour, that would probably eat up most of the money they collect for donations. I don't think they would be doing that type of event. It's also a community gathering thing, but one of them I think in particular that lasts all day long is the Coats for Kids, where they give away every winter. They have a group that sponsors giving away coats, and it just doesn't seem logical that we got a group that's supporting the community so much, and then we're charging them 8 hours at $25 an hour, and it's.
You could easily cap that. $25 an hour max, max of $50 or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's what I was getting at. That some of these groups that use this, that are a great benefit to the public or to the people, can't really afford a 8-hour cost or a 4-hour cost or 5-hour cost. We need to maybe have a flat rate for some of these groups that do provide a great benefit. The the community halls designated as community halls are for the benefit of the community, and most of the activity that I see in the Groveland Community Hall is events that generally benefit the county because they're doing something that the county doesn't have to do. But then if somebody's going to rent it out for a party or something like that, I completely see it as something that we should be charging for. But some of these service clubs are really important, and they do such a great job. And I'm afraid that if we charge them too much, they're not going to be able to do that job.
Number 2. You got a new name.
I
really like that.
I'd rather pick a different one. Yeah, I agree with the comments that Supervisor Gray made. I just kind of throwing this out there. I know the city's fire station, the way they work that is that you pay the fee, and I can't remember what it is, but you basically get a block of time. I think it's 4 hours. And so you're not actually paying an hourly fee. You're just paying for that block of time. And yeah, because $25 an hour would get pretty steep pretty quick for some of these groups that, are working. And yeah, the comment about, we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot by charging nonprofits that are doing important work in the community that the county then doesn't have to do. It might have a cooling effect on that kind of engagement, even something as little as $25. Yeah, but setting it in terms of not just hour by hour, but, a 3 or 4 hour block of time that.
And that's something we can do too.
Yeah.
We did see a mix. There are some agencies that charge a per day fee. Some do a per hour. Some do, the market comparisons are difficult because there's so many different ways people are charging, and it's hard to compare. They may be charging for, 500 capacity, and ours is maybe 100. So trying to apples is a little difficult. One of the challenges that we currently face right now is we have a lot of groups that rent under the name of the nonprofit, even when it's not a nonprofit event. So whether it's a birthday party for their child, they'll rent it under the name of the nonprofit group to kind of get around paying the current fee that we have right now. So that's kind of been a challenge that we've been working with as well.
Are we able to ask what the nature of the meeting is, if it's like a party or a fundraiser or a political organization? Can that be like a box that you check?
That's actually a question we already asked.
Okay.
You don't necessarily always get.
Yeah, I guess. They say it's a fundraiser and there's a bunch of birthday balloons, then you can.
Yeah. Another problem that I've encountered is not every 501c3, I won't say is truly a nonprofit, because I'm sure they're audited and everything. So fiscally they may be a nonprofit, but they're not what most people would consider to be a nonprofit.
Mm-hmm.
So, I've run into a couple of those. Along with that, I'm wondering why you didn't list the Jamestown Park as one of the outdoor facilities. I think you need to add that on there. That's a high incidence area. Okay. One of the things that this does is it does give us some, I don't want to say leverage, but, some control over who does get to use our facilities and who doesn't. So I think we really need to, I don't want to be ever put in a position where we're accused of playing favorites or anything like that. Yet that's not the point. But I do think that the term nonprofit sometimes is a misused term. And while FOAC and some of the other organizations that have been mentioned, I absolutely concur. I think that, they're providing a service to the county government as well as the residents. Some of the ones that John talked about, if that bingo game is like any other bingo game I've ever seen, they don't have $25 at the end of the night. So anyway, we just need to give some thought to it, and I think you're looking for
That's
direction.
what we're looking for, some direction from your board as to how you want to proceed with that. And with the nonprofits, if we do go down that road too, one of the things that we'll have to do is come up with some sort of criteria on how do we establish who and what is a nonprofit. Because right now, under the current policies, it's almost we take your word for it. You say, yes, I'm a nonprofit, we take your word for it. So we need to come up with some sort of policy to how do we gauge who, like you had mentioned before, who truly is a nonprofit.
You look at my checkbook, I'm a nonprofit. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment, because I know there's some people that have been waiting all day for this. And I apologize, this is a very strange board meeting as far as our agenda goes.
Since I've never been to a board meeting before for supervisors, it's the first time. It didn't look too strange.
Well, welcome.
Okay, my name is Susan Strope, and I am a member of the Tuolumne County Genealogical Society. And all of the board members received some letters from the Genealogical Society. I don't know if you've seen them or not yet. Oh, yeah. Anyway, and I'm going to read part of one rather than try and remember it all. The Tuolumne County Genealogical Society meets every month except December in the Sonora Library Meeting Room. It is our recollection that TCGS began meeting in the community room soon after the library opened. The Society has always been appreciative that this facility is available for our use. Our meetings are on the second Monday of each month, a day the library is closed, so there's ample parking. Access to the meeting room is easy for all of our members, including those with temporary or permanent mobility losses. The state-of-the-art audiovisual equipment is most beneficial for presentation of our programs. Most notably, we appreciate that the county has never charged TCGS a fee to use the community meeting room. The mission of TCGS is to foster, encourage, and promote an interest in genealogy by providing information, education, and inspiration to our society members and the general public. We are not a fundraising organization. Our monthly meetings and programs are free and open to the public. TCGS has a genealogy library located in the Tuolumne County Museum on Bradford Street, a space shared with the Tuolumne County Historical Society. Genealogical Society volunteers are the museum staff on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. The museum would not be open on those days without the assistance of TCGS members. Income for TCGS comes primarily through membership dues, donations, fees for research assistance, and one annual fundraiser, a See's Candy Sale, which I think this year raised $600. Our expenses consist of maintenance of our computers and copier, subscriptions to genealogy websites, which are made available to the members and the public at no charge, insurance, publication of a newsletter, and program and seminar speakers. When members expressed a desire to study more than general genealogy, special interest groups were developed. We now have a writers group, an Irish group, and a DNA computer group. Our general meeting and program is from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. The special interest groups meet from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., all on the second Monday of the month, which is now referred to as Marathon Monday. Including the time that members set up and take down the tables and the chairs and clean up the room after the meetings, TCGS occupies the community meeting room for a total of approximately 7 hours once a month. The proposed fee of $25 per hour, which adds up to $175 per month, in a year, it's $1,925. Would absolutely be a hardship for TCGS to pay. And I think that's kind of sums it up. But when people come in, it doesn't make any difference who they are. They come in and they're looking for ancestors. Some of them are children who have been adopted and they're looking for their parents. We don't ask them to put some money down on the counter because this will cost you a certain amount. The people who are there doing the research open the museum, the library up to them. We go through the materials. I think the only thing we really charge for is if they want copies. But if they have a camera, they can just take pictures of everything. And a fee, a yearly fee of $1,925 means we're going to have to start charging. And we are a nonprofit from the state of California. And it would be a real shame if we could no longer offer the services to the community. So.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your input. By the way, you're missing a fundraising opportunity. If you sell See's Candy, okay, if you approach the board in the CAO's office and the county council's office, you could probably make a small fortune, because we had a box of See's candy in there at the start of today's board meeting, and it's gone.
Well, this
I think he's saying you could bribe him.
this year, when in fact next month, I will be more than happy to bring over order forms. And I'll even put your names on them.
Okay.
So anyway, thank you.
Just a comment, and what you said, and I don't think the public realizes what the society does do at our public historical center there, and I think it's it would be counterproductive, in my opinion, to have you work for free to keep the museum open and then charge you to use the library. It doesn't.
I agree.
It doesn't make sense.
Exactly. That's what.
So
this is an
there's a lot
example
of things that we need to work
Right.
out.
We need to work
Right.
on that.
So, and I know that some nonprofit organizations have paid members, but I don't think anybody's ever gotten a dime from genealogy. So thank you very much.
Thank you for everything your group does.
And I had
It's our pleasure.
one comment or idea, I guess, is that could we look at the possibility of having kind of like whatever the fee ends up being, or whatever structure we wind up with, having a delay for nonprofits that have had a standing appointment in those facilities, because you're asking, like the Historical Society, for example, they haven't had to raise any kind of funds at all, and now, all of a sudden we're asking them to come up with the money. Could we build in there an amount of time for them to come up with an apparatus to do that, rather than just hit them with the fee right off the bat?
Yeah, I mean, we
Paid for services.
Yeah, that's what I
That's what I think.
Yeah. If they charged us the time they, have the museum open, I think we have the better end of that deal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Pat Perry. I'm a past president of the Tuolumne County Genealogical Society. And to follow up with what Sherry just said, we do over 1,800 hours a year staffing your museum. We donate over 500 hours at the county archive doing research with no charge. We've also spent hundreds of hours developing the displays at the museum. So all told, and I just did this kind of roughly, with the 1,800 hours, the 500 hours at $12 an hour base rate for the state of California, we contribute over $26,000 in labor to this county. And to be asked to pay for something when we do that kind of contribution, it really feels like a slap in the face, I have to tell you. It really does.
We're not into slapping you in the face.
It feels like it.
No. Well, we're not doing it yet. Okay. Maybe. Yes, ma'am.
Jane Braga, I took off my Observer Corps pin because I am not in this capacity right now. I'm speaking for hospice, not for, I'm a hospice volunteer also. I help facilitate a grief support group, one of two that meet at the library twice. They meet once a week for 2.5 hours each. The support groups are run by volunteers, and we provide a service to about from 20 to 30 citizens a week, and to be charged for a service that we provide just doesn't feel good, and it just feels like the ill will. And we certainly don't want to have to charge people to come to a support group. So for hospice, that's my spiel.
Good points. Thank you. Okay. Any other public opinion or public comment? I'm sorry. So I think we need to look at this a little bit, personally. I think all the points made by the public are germane and should certainly be considered, strongly considered, actually. We we certainly don't want to be charging people or organizations to use our facilities that are providing services to the county at bargain rates or no cost or whatever. So I think we need to look at that. What I'd like to have you kind of think about, one way to do that is like have organizations that can affiliate themselves with county efforts. So like genealogy, she mentioned the county archives. But if there's some real direct correlation, maybe that's one way, one objective and consistent way that we could have exceptions to whatever fee structure we end up putting in place. Personally, I'd like to see a break for nonprofits. Maybe not a complete break, but certainly if someone, again, is volunteering at the museum, we ought to be reciprocating by giving them access to our facilities. The other thing that you might look at is really we're addressing, I think, two things here, and I could be wrong. One is we do have a cost to keeping the facilities up. I mean, just replacing light bulbs and stuff like that adds up over the course of the year, and we do have our facilities being used for hours, every day. So I think some recovery of that, probably not full recovery, but some cost recovery of that, I think is reasonable for just public convenience, if you will. Again, nonprofits, maybe something different, affiliated organizations, something else. Something like that. Bring something back that looks like that. But when we do that, and I don't know if you do it now, but I think that we need to start, because we do have some less than desirable actors involved, okay? I think we need to have some, I'll call it sign in, sign out, but some kind of a agreement that people, and they don't have to sign it every time they use the facility. If somebody's using it once a week, they sign it at the beginning of the year and they're good for the whole year. But that gives us something to say to them, hey, you're not living up to your end of the bargain.
And that's something we've currently been working with county council to develop.
Okay. So I think that will help us catch some of the bad actors that I don't like penalizing good actors for the bad behavior of bad actors. So put that and let that rattle around in your cranium there as well. Anybody else have any comments in terms of staff direction?
I think Tracy did.
Tracy?
So just looking at consistency purposes, whatever we decide we need to do across the board. So either we don't charge anyone, or we charge everyone, or we give discounts, you give discounts, meaning if you're going to charge nonprofits, you would have to charge all nonprofits or give them all the same discounts. So we wouldn't be able to look at, well, what are you doing during the time that you're there? It would be, if you are a nonprofit, they get
No,
it's consistent.
I understand, but nonprofits that are contributing, again, FOAC, they're
Those are
doing work on behalf of the county.
Right, those are directly related, and their funds go right back into the county and support it. There are some that's not the case. So we'll work with Sarah. The other one is our, and we didn't bring it up here, is our insurance has told us that they have to have a certificate of insurance. So when this starts, it doesn't matter if they're a nonprofit supporting a county agency or not, they will all have to get certificates of insurance. So that's one of the other, and that there will be a cost borne for whomever is going in there to get that. And that is something our insurance is telling us we have to have, because it won't be covered if something possibly, potentially would not be covered if, say, a nonprofit is there doing work and a fire starts inadvertently as an accident, that it's their responsibility why they have use of that facility. So just another thing for you to think about when we come back. That will be a recommendation we will be bringing back, that everyone needs to have insurance per our insurance carrier. And they would go out and have to get a certificate.
Per
the counties.
Hour, O-U-R.
Hour.
Per hour.
Right.
H-O-U. Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, our insurance carrier is saying that if you're going to allow these buildings to be used by non-county entities, then they need to have a certificate of insurance on file. So that's just something else that will be part of us coming forward.
Okay. Okay. Daniel, you guys got what you need?
Yes, no, we appreciate the input. We appreciate the input from the public, especially. They're the ones who are affected from these new policies and fees. So we'll come back to you with additional information and some ideas on how we can put breaks in there.
Honestly, I'll just add, I'm not interested in the county getting rich on this. I'm just interested in partial recovery of the cost of doing business, okay? It's, yeah, and more to the point, people have a stake in the game, okay? It's too easy when things are totally free to not be respectful of the facility. And I'm not accusing anybody that's in the room here of not being respectful of our facilities, because I know you all are, but there are some people that are not. So, thank you. Okay. Will the clerk of the board please read item number 20?
Reports.
You have one?
Nothing today, thank you.
County Council?
Just quickly, as you know, we did a lot of work on the ballot measure, and that we will be bringing some draft ordinances to your board in the near future on the tax measures, and I want to thank Chris Schmidt for expediting that. He really did a lot of work. And then I attended the annual County Council conference last week. I sent you all an email so you know kind of the topics we covered, and also my peers asked me to continue to serve on the board of directors, so I'm happy to do that again. Thank you.
Congratulations, I think. CAO.
I just want to reinforce, and I know your board knows this, and with finishing the budget, we have awesome staff who are so willing to step up all the time. You know, while your board tends to see when you see us up at night late, or you're here on the weekends and you're seeing our emails, what you're not seeing are all the other people we're pinging throughout the day and the week and the night that are answering our questions to get that budget document put together. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, and especially thank you to those in my direct office, because they put up with me during all of this and changing my mind quite a bit. So anyways, we got it done. This is the first time that any of us can remember we've had an adopted budget where the board did not actually make changes. And so for those of you who don't, and there's only really Ryan hasn't been through that, but if that happens, what staff has to do is go back. We have to make changes, reprint all and rebalance, get all the schedules, get the resolutions, and then come back in for the board. And today was the first time any of us can remember not having to do that. So thank you to your board as well.
Well, the thanks goes to you, as I said earlier, because that was possible only because we've been involved every step of the way. Supervisor number 2.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out everything I did. All right, so served on the museum board of directors, fire ad hoc committee meeting 2 weeks ago. I attended the Yosemite area transit meeting in Yosemite Valley on behalf of Supervisor Gray. I got to spend morning and part of an afternoon in Yosemite and rode the arts bus. It was
duty, isn't it?
It was torture the entire time. Attended the ATCA meeting on Friday. And it's my report.
John?
Just one thing I think of real significant at Wednesday's TCTC meeting, we had the district assistant director of Caltrans here, and he gave a presentation, and I think it's one of the first times that I felt with a state agency that they really listened to what our needs were, and I think the relationship is a real strong one now. So
Good.
looking forward to some good projects, all in District 4, by the way.
Oh, good. Glad to hear it. Okay. Sherry?
Yeah, I was at the Sierra Nevada Conservancy Board meeting on the 4th and 5th, and it was a really good presentation on, it was an update on the relevant science and research related to forest health and resilience, and a lot of really good information. And one of the pieces they shared was what it happens to, they were able to quantify the particulate matter after these megafires with regards to air quality. And there were some 60 elements, I believe, that become airborne, like arsenic and a number of other things. But really how, we talk about the climate investment, and we won't get there until we get these megafires under control. And just a real realization at every level that that's the case. I attended the open house that over on off of Greenlee Road where the detectives are, and then also was at the open house with the tax collectors, and just would encourage the public when we have these open houses. It's a wonderful opportunity to come in, talk to staff, see what they're doing, and learn more about the different departments, especially if you have a particular interest in something. I had a very full couple of weeks, and I'm not going to go into all of it. The last piece I would just add is that I got a letter from the insurance commissioner, Commissioner Laura, thanking us for assisting. We did not put on the town hall that was actually sponsored by them, but we did assist with it, and a commitment that he wants to continue to work together, and especially as this progresses through RCRC.
So Thursday the 5th, I spent the day in Sacramento attending the California State Association of Counties Board of Directors meeting. We had a very interesting presentation by the co-chairs of the State Homelessness Task Force, California State Homelessness Task Force. The two co-chairs are the mayor of Sacramento and one of the supervisors out of Los Angeles County. Supervisor of Los Angeles County started off by saying how proud he was that they were able to get, by the way, Los Angeles County has more homeless people than we have people in our county. But he was very proud of the fact that they got 103 people out of their homeless condition. And then he dropped the other shoe and he said, in the same amount of time, 130 people entered homelessness. And I went up to the president of CSAC afterwards and I said, why do I feel like I'm trying to empty a full bathtub with a thimble while the faucet's on full blast? Why don't we turn the faucet off first? So it is a huge problem. And I'm not sure that the state, I know the state hasn't, and I'm not so sure we have either, figured out how to fix it. I mean, really fix it. We can put a Band-Aid on it, but if you've got a sucking chest wound, a Band-Aid doesn't help you very much. So it is something we need to start thinking about. There were some other topics that were less emotional or whatever you want to call it, but I was really starkly struck by how how poorly we are addressing the real root causes of homelessness. And there are changes that we have intentionally made over the course of decades in our society, and they're all coming home to roost right now. And we're not willing to admit that the unintended consequences are much worse than the problems that we were trying to fix. So anyway, enough of my politicizing. On Friday the 13th, interestingly enough, with Supervisor Campbell. I was in Jackson for the ATCA board meeting and some training that went on. We are required to get training on how to be board members at ATCA every 2 years, I believe it was. Maybe I just passed the test. I don't know. But anyway, that's where I was last week. And then yesterday, I got an opportunity to tour the juvenile detention facility. We had 3 staffers from California State Association of Counties staff, again, Darby Keenan, what's DeVin? No, DiVincenzi. I can't remember her first name, and another lower level staffer. But they came down to see our juvenile center, and it's really the first time that I had been back and gone through it since relatively soon after it opened up. And I want to just share a couple of stories that were shared while I was there. First of all, the center is awesome. We're running anywhere from 11 to 14. We are capped at 16 right now because of staffing, not because of facility, but we would have to staff up to get over 16 by law. We are running 3 to 4 to 5 out of county that are coming from Amador, Calaveras, or Mariposa County, depending. The average stay is anywhere from several days to as much as, I think they said, 6 months. Here's a story that really got to me. And it really talks to the education that they're getting. It talks to and I'm talking academic education, the life skills that they're getting, all of these things. There was one of their incarcerants, female incarcerant, went before a judge and begged the judge to let her stay in the facility rather than go into foster care. She said, I have never done so well in school before in my life. She says, I feel productive, I feel confident, and I've never felt that way before. So that's just one story. There were several others. I'm not going to, we're running out of time anyway. But it is costing us some money to run that facility. But here's the other one. Would anybody believe that less than 10% of the people that have been in that facility have recidivated, have come back? Would anybody believe that 0 have? Not one of them has come back, okay? At least that's what they told me yesterday, and I believe it. So that facility is doing powerful things for our society, and anybody that doesn't believe it, I would ask you to contact Linda Downey, our Chief Probation Officer, and get a tour of the facility and see for yourself what it's doing. It's awesome. So I did that yesterday, and then today, you know where I've been. So with that, we're going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.